Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fort Scott Sports Live here at the baseball field, getting set for the home opener here for the Greyhounds, hosting Pratt Community, as they have played already a couple of times so far this season, and get set for another two matchups in tonight's, or I guess this afternoon's doubleheader. So it should be a pretty action-packed day today. I'm Drake here, joined by Michael in the booth, and we're pretty excited to get this season started.
Yeah, we got a good one ahead of us, Drake. Fort Scott coming off two just gutting defeats at Pratt Community College, both off the fashion of walk-offs against us. So Fort Scott looking to kind of flip that script, have their opportunity to be the last ones at bat, and hopefully come home with a pair of victories.
Yeah, and you're playing at home, which changes just a little bit. You know, these are the fields that you're practicing on. You can read the grass and the dirt just a little bit better. It's a lot of things that turn in your favor, that as opposed to, you know, having that sixth man like you do in basketball, or having the 12th man in football, or whatever you want to say. The home crowd isn't as big of a factor in baseball as much as the field and the ground is. So that's something to keep in mind, as when you go on these long trips, or when you go to these away games, it's a little bit harder to read the grass and the dirt. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to sneeze. But it's a little bit harder to read the grass and the dirt in fields that you're not very familiar with. But for this team, they're going to be stepping onto the field that they're most familiar with. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, the one that they practice on, that they do all their drills, and it's just going to feel like another day in paradise.
Yeah, and it's a turf field, so everybody knows nowadays that teams are starting to incorporate turf, so the ball's going to bounce a little higher. It's not going to roll as fast. It's a different plane than what they're used to when they're growing up, and some different colleges do keep that grass and that dirt. So Pratt Community College, not sure if they were one of those. If they are, we got to change the scenery as well.
Yeah, and with that turf field, you know, balls are going to be a little bit skippy. And like you said, you know, it's a different read on turf than grass. The ball just kind of dies whenever it's buried in the grass or buried in the dirt. So trying to get the signals from over there on the Fort Scott side, is it looked like for a second they were trying to communicate with us. But anyways, but getting set for this home opener, I believe it's going to be 2 7-inning games. Michael, you would know better than I do about that. But looking forward into this contest. It's going to be a pretty entertaining one.
Yeah, like we already said, that there's a little bit of bitterness in Fort Scott's throats right now. They got two very defeating defeats, and they're looking to kind of get their way back at them on the home turf in front of your home crowd. It's going to be nice to bounce back and try to get a spark in your early season push.
Yeah, and I talked about, you know, another day in paradise, and you say bitterness. That brings me right into the biggest factor right now, you know, as we enter spring sports schedule and the outdoors becoming a factor. A little bit of wind. It's going to be blowing pretty much from left to right as a batter, so just a little bit. It's not anything too crazy, I would say, today. I believe we're sitting at, for temperature, 48 degrees right now. It's a high of 56 today. I bet we dip into that throughout this contest. So we're going to get about 8 degrees warmer, but that's not really going to make it necessarily warm, as me and Michael here are just a little bit bundled up, you know, had to break out the jackets and the hoodies and whatnot. So just making sure that we're well suited for the weather and the conditions for tonight's game, and as these players are as well, as you kind of look to both sides, both teams wearing the long sleeves underneath. I would say that in the second game, if it gets warm enough and the sun's really beaming, there's a chance we see those under shirts start to come off.
And I wouldn't complain one bit, because that wind chill, the stadium bouncing off this wall, it's really coming right up under us and just freezing my legs off. So I wouldn't have any complaints.
Well, let's go ahead and break out the starting lineups. We'll start out with Pratt. Starting off in their lineup, number 23, the right fielder Aiden McNulty, followed by number 34, the left fielder Owen Schmidt. Number 5, the designated hitter Colby Gomez. followed by number 9, the catcher, Tyler Jeffries. Number 8, the shortstop, Nate Lodwicks. Number 45, the third baseman, Brady Boomsma. Number 6, the center fielder, Joran Porter. Number 31, the first baseman, Clayton Glaspie. Number 7, the second baseman, Xavier Rosado. And on the mound is number 40, Oswaldo Wilson, pitching for Pratt Community. As we roll over to your Fort Scott Greyhounds, go ahead and glance at theirs, as starting off in their lineup is number 1, the shortstop, Cade Gavina. Number 2, the second baseman, Max Erdley. Number 14, the right fielder, Alex Downing. Number 5, the third baseman, Zayden Cannon. Number 17, the first baseman, Cale Ortner. Number 7, the left fielder, Parker Fagans. Number 8, the designated hitter, Seamus Lehman. Number 28, the catcher, Eli Kellogg. Number 10, the center fielder, Hayden Oliver. And on the hump for the Greyhounds is number 13, Braden Carter. So this will be his first outing as a pitcher today. So excited to see what he's got in store for us. But we'll go ahead and step aside, and we will lift our hands to our hearts for the national anthem. We'll be right back. And we are back as the Greyhounds are going to take the field now. Once again, Michael, looking forward to this home opener here in Fort Scott Community College. A pretty sizable crowd for this afternoon as we get booted up for Pratt Community to hit here in the top of the first. Once again, leading off for Pratt, McNulty, followed by Schmidt and Gomez. Those will be the guarantees, with Jeffries coming in that 4-hole. 4 very good hitters getting set. Here, it's a weird part in the season, Michael, as we kind of look at these players, as you can't really get a read on what they are capable of. And baseball is one of those sports where you can't even really get a read as to what they're capable of when you look back at years prior, because it's such a weird trend of a sport where you get on a slump and it's very, very difficult to get yourself out of it. Or if you're on a hot streak, you almost feel a little bit invincible at times.
Yeah, baseball is the streakiest game you're ever going to play, is because how long that season is, and these teams, players are all going to have their different spurts of the seasons. But the best players in baseball are the ones that don't get in those slumps way too often. They're very consistent, and throughout these first couple of games, these Platte County, these first 3 hitters have been very consistent. They're all batting over 400 through the first 4 games of their season. So not a very easy first 3 batters for Braden Carter to face.
Well, they throw it down to second as we get set for game 1 here today. Leadoff hitter Aiden McNulty, the right fielder. First pitch, just a bit outside, I believe, for ball 1. 0-1 count now. Or 1-0, excuse me. Still getting in the groove of things here. This is my first baseball game of the season. 1-1 count now with that foul ball from McNulty. Hard hit out to the right side. Here's the 1-1. Tipped. Sits in next to the lefty's batter box for strike 2. Now 1-2 count here for McNulty as leadoff hitter pressure really setting in here at their first away contest. Swing and a miss in the dirt. A big-time strikeout for Braden Carter as he collects the first of the top of the first.
And a great approach by Braden Carter there. Aiden Nolte kind of crushed Fort Scott's pitching rotation the first 2 games, had a pair of home runs and a lot of RBIs, so he's throwing a lot of low and away stuff for McNulty, not allowing him to elevate that baseball, and McNulty just reaching for too many pitches away.
Here's Schmidt now batting in the 2-hole here for Pratt. I have to get my sunglasses here in between innings. That sun is really bright here. Might play a factor on some of these high fly balls, as it is pretty dead center in the sky right now. 1-1 count for Schmidt. That one sits in for strike 2. Fastball from Carter.
And you can see Braden Carter working all of his pitches in these first couple batters away from the batter, trying to force him to hit it away to the opposite fielder, not allowing him to get easy contact in the baseball.
Looking to catch it on the end of the bat as this one's hard grounder straight to the first baseman, Cale Ortner, who gets the second out. Ortner makes a great play with the glove and then one with the feet. Out number 2 comes with batter number 2. Now in the 3-hole, Gomez, the designated hitter, coming up. And one thing about designated hitters is you know that they can hit the ball.
Oh, yeah, Gomez for sure can. He's batting 400 this year with a home run himself.
Hard grounder to the shortstop. Flipped over to first, and it's well received. Gavina on the transition to Ortner makes the play, and that will wrap us up for the top of the first. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back for the bottom.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Bottom of the first, booting up with the pitcher Oswaldo Wilson of Pratt Community. Getting set on the hump. Throw down to second. And the leadoff three will be Gavina, Erdely, and Downing for Fort Scott. Quick top of the first, Michael, to open up this home opener. That's what you like to see out of Fort Scott.
It's exactly what you want to see for Fort Scott. Like I said, the 3 giant slayers they had early on this season, just slayed them nice and easy, and that's a great way to get your starting lineup on your home side of the inning a chance to get the lead early.
Wilson winds up, electing to go from the stretch. Something that we've seen very popularized as of late, and even in the pro scene, is pitchers electing to go from the stretch even with no batters on. 2-0 count to start it off. Any thoughts on that, Michael?
I'm not really sure why it is. I haven't heard what the popularized choice of it is. I imagine it's just to get to that batter quicker and give them less time to time the pitcher.
Here's the 2-0, and I believe that was just inside. We've got a bit of a weird view here, so it's hard to gauge where these pitches are really landing, but the 3-0 count regardless. Wilson looking to battle his way back into this. Delivers, in for strike one, and that's one that is pretty much guaranteed at most levels, especially JUCO and above. You're going to see 3-0 count, strike down the middle.
Yep, and a great job by Gavini to let it stay. First at bat of the day for Fort Scott, let it go.
And acknowledging Wilson's struggle to keep it on the plate, and see a walk for Gavina. Big time base runner now. You've got your leadoff hitter who usually is one of those speedier guys. You know, he can steal the base. You've got another good hitter following him up in Erdely. This is a good situation. You got a quick first, or quick top of the first. Now looking to execute here on the bottom. Erdely. Fresh count for him as this one's fouled away.
Erdely had a great first game of the season for Fort Scott. He had a 2-hit game, a double, and a home run. So he's got that power. He's showcased it. He's got 3 RBIs in the season. So he's hoping to bring Gavina at least all the way to third base with this at bat.
At least to second, I would say. Trying to advance this runner. 1-1 count now as it stands. After the low ball one.
And you can see Fort Scott is kind of sitting back and letting Wilson do the work for him right now.
Yeah, well, when a pitcher is struggling, you want him to just kind of battle with those mental doubts. As a batter, you know, you take the walk every day of the week.
Now at a 2-strike count, you've seen a couple off speeds. You have to defend the plate and choke up here if you're Erdely.
1-2. This one timed a little bit better, but into the glove of the first baseman, Clayton Glaspie, and that'll be the first out of the inning.
Erdely just not able to catch up with that pitch, got jammed up right in the handle, and just a nice little lofter to the first baseman. Great job by Gavina to stay on the first base pad and not allow double play.
Yeah, good heads up by Gavina to get back on base and not try to, you know, work something. Those can be very awkward there in the infield.
Yeah, that's
another count started off with a ball. I believe early started off with a strike, 1-1, but then now 1-0 count here for Downing. Foul tip for strike one, so all roads leading to a 1-1 between these last two.
And Downing recognizing the breaking ball at his hands. He wanted to try to pull it down the right field line, just unable to keep his bat on line.
Here's the 1-1. Way outside for ball two. Wilson still well over 50% in favor of the ball rather than the strike as he tries a pick move there on Gavina. Gavina, good heads up once again. Not a super aggressive lead out of the shortstop from the Greyhounds. 2-1 pitch on its way, and no dice there from Wilson either. So now a 3-1.
You got a hitter's count here, runner on first. A pitcher struggling to find the strike zone. I think you pick one pitch here. If you don't like it, let it bite the dust.
If you're Wilson, you gotta fit something in, not give him just a little floater, and that he does. Downing rips one into left center, and that will be thrown in for a single. Downing with a big hit. First hit of the game. Kind of opening up the batting lineup here as that mojo can spread like wildfire.
Yes, it can. And what you're noticing by Wilson early on, he's throwing a lot of breaking balls. They aren't finding the zone, but when he has to throw that fastball, you can see the hitters haven't just timed up to it just yet.
Now it is Zayden Cannon. As Wilson winds up and delivers strike one. So he's alternated each, or well, no. He's 2 and 2 on strike to ball for the first pitch. Which is a very interesting ratio. A lot of times you see that be one of the most consistent pitches for a pitcher. This one's ripped down the third base line. All the way to the wall as Gavina rounds third and heads for home. Now heading for home is Downing. Downing there in time. Two-run shot from Zayden Cannon as he stands on second with a double.
Great job by Zayden Cannon to recognize that Wilson's going to try to get up in the strike count again. He finds his pitch, rips it down the third base line, and just ran around the base tracks.
Now the mental game starts here for Wilson, playing from behind. Got the fifth in the order. Ortner coming up. Now he delivers. A runner on second, so if you're Cannon, you have options here. Ball in the infield, you can elect whether or not to go. Ball on the right side of the infield, you're probably going.
Yes, for sure. And if you are the batter, you're looking to just put the ball on the ground here and move that runner to third base, if not home.
Just a hard hit here. Any kind of solid contact would pretty well do the trick.
And you're seeing Wilson keep his pitches higher up in the zone, trying to disallow that ground ball and try to get an easy pop-up.
1-1 count. Pick move to second. So a little bit off the mark. Cannon gets back in time.
Wilson is trying to keep Cannon honest, trying to keep that lead shallow.
Cannon taking a bit of an exaggerated lead this time. About a step and a half farther than he was last, as Ortner puts this one in the dirt, foul on the left side. Here's the 1-2 from Wilson. Too high.
Just not able to slam that breaking ball down, try to get him chasing with that curveball in the dirt, but left it above the batter's shoulders.
So now a 2-2 count. This can be a tricky one. You feel like you have a chance to work back in this if you're Ortner. That one's slow. Ortner, high fly ball, and it makes its way foul. It had the distance and some. And man, he made that fence look shallow.
Cale Ortner got all of that one and then some, just a half a second too early on the pitch, which allowed it to keep drifting left and left.
Wilson with that off speed, he has not been too fortunate. We'll see if Ortner can straighten one out here.
And off speed caught all the plate that time.
That one's too high from the fastball. 3-2 count. It is full with Cannon still on second. One out. Nothing too threatening here for the Greyhounds on this at-bat. Wilson already with one walk, no strikeouts. That one nearly heading into center field on the pick move.
Great job by the second baseman to clear that one up. That could have been a very detrimental.
Xavier Rosado able to reel it in. The pitch, swing and a miss for strike three. Wilson gets his first K of the day, and Ortner goes down swinging.
It's a well-placed fastball on the outside part of the plate. Ortner just not able to get his bat to the ball in time. This outside part of the plate, one's the hardest to get to and keep in play. So Ortner just trying to deliver a base hit to allow Cannon to get across the bases and just not able to that time.
Well, and especially in a two-strike count, you don't want to, you feel like you just got to get the contact from bat to ball, and makes it even tougher actually for those outside pitches, and that's exactly why Wilson threw it. Up next, Parker Fagans.
And Fagans is the guy you want batting here with 2 outs, runner on second. He's batting .400 through 2 games now. He's got 2 hits. He's got a double. He's got a couple of walks, so he's got that play discipline. He's got a .600 slugging percentage, so you know he can drive past the infield and potentially bring Cannon around for another run with 2 outs.
0-1 from Wilson, on its way and in for strike 2 after the swing and a miss.
Wilson able to just gas it past Fagans there. No, not really any chance by Fagans.
Big speed difference. It's noticeable to the point that it's visible here from us. We don't actually have a speed gun, but if we did, I'm sure it would show that there's a big difference between that changeup and fastball.
No, Wilson's doing a great job mixing those off speeds and those fastballs, make that fastball coming even faster. It's just a placement that's really killing him this first inning.
Still with an 0-2 after the foul. The pitch, low.
And an 0-2 count like that, Wilson trying to just find the bottom corner of the plate. That's not a bad pitch at all, trying to dot him up. If you miss, no worries at all.
1-2 now. As that one's fouled as well. Sent into the parking lot. Fagan's doing a great job keeping this count alive. Bringing that pitch number up as well for Wilson. That's something that a lot of pitchers start to get a little bit antsy with there deep in a count. 1-2. And that sits in for strike 3. Fagans goes down looking after 2 foul balls, and that will retire the side. 2-0 score here for Fort Scott as they are in the lead, headed into the second inning. We'll be right back after this break.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott.
And we're back for the top of the second. 2-0 score. As first pitch swung on into the ground, third baseman collects it and delivers to first in time. Zayden Cannon on the play for out number 1.
And that's what's so awesome about having a southpaw that can throw that changeup or that sinker, that two-seam action away from the plate. It just allows so many players to roll over or push it to the corner infielders for a weak ground out.
So that was the fourth batter, I believe, which was Tyler Jeffries. Now Nate Lodwicks. Excuse the wind noise. We're dealing with it ourselves as Cannon gets another back-to-back. And here after a while, this is just going to be muscle memory for the third baseman of the Greyhounds.
Yeah, and Braden Carter, not the tallest stature on the mound tonight, but he has great location and great control of his pitches, just allowing these Platte County defenders to play right into his hands.
And Carter just continuing to tack on here against Pratt. Oh, excuse me. Boomsma at the plate now for Pratt Community. I think he just wanted to see one. You saw two very, very quick at-bats from your prior two batters. Wanted to see one, saw the ball there, so now 1-1 count. Carter delivers just a bit low on the sinker.
And Boomsma only played one game in that two-game series, and he had 3 plate appearances, but only one at-bat because he was able to force 2 walks. Great plate vision at the plate.
Sits in for strike 2.
Carter recognizes that with a 1-strike count and just forces that second strike on there, knowing Boomsma is not really planning on swinging.
2-2. Just a bit low from Carter. Brings the count full. Boomsma looking to be the first base runner for Pratt today. Carter looking to set him down and cannot. It did look like a good spot. I think it was just off the mark, just barely outside of the zone.
Yeah, Boomsma, just a great eye at the plate, very disciplined, not looking to swing, making the pitcher beat him.
Yeah, didn't swing at any of those there. I think maybe that's a little bit of a mental thing there, trying to lengthen out some of the counts. Carter winds up and delivers strike 1 at the plate. Joran Porter, who was taken off down the line after the square up for the bunt.
Yeah, just trying to get a couple of runners on it, 2 outs even with the bunt. It's kind of an interesting move. Porter trying to showcase that speed.
And swing and a miss for strike 2 at 1 in the dirt. Carter doing a great job telegraphing these pitches in a way that's just so deceiving.
Yeah, you know you're throwing a great baseball when the batter ends on his knees with a sword motion.
Pick move to first, keeping him honest over there for Boomsma. Carter looking to keep his pitch count low here. You'd assume this one's probably going to the outside corner. Looking to get Porter to chase. And there it is, right down the pipe. No question about it. Strike 3 looking as Porter heads back to the dugout with Pratt and company. And now the Greyhounds once again booting up for their at-bats. It'll be Lehman, Kellogg, and Oliver due up first for Fort Scott. Michael, through the first 1.5 innings, we've seen pretty much, I would say this is as dominating as it gets in baseball, as all the batters for Fort Scott looking very, very clean. Even the ones that struck out or got out at first, whatever it is, they're still looking pretty effective at the plate, but Pratt struggling against Carter.
Yeah, and as a batter, your mentality is so much better when you know you have a pitcher behind you that will retire batters and give you that leeway and that pressure off of your shoulders to attack the pitcher of Pratt. So Fort Scott is looking to swing freely and capitalize and tack on more runs in this second inning.
Yeah, and I think another thing is, saving those pitchers to try and get that home game W. You want to come home. People are going to be coming out here to watch the game. You want to put on a bit of a show for your fans, keep that fan base alive and well. And they've started Carter, which obviously this early in the season, we don't know who's going to be performing the best. We don't know who's statistically the best pitcher. All of these guys super capable of probably being any kind of pitcher they want. But right now, Carter just tearing it up from the hump and looking to continue that going into the third. But we are here in the bottom of the second. Lehman, the designated hitter, leading off here in the bottom of the second. First one from Wilson, off the tip of the glove and into the backstop. Ball one.
And we haven't seen Lehman at all this season yet. I think the first 2 games he didn't make an appearance, in the DH now. It'd be great to see him get a leadoff single or more and get the bases going.
Good cut there, clean stroke. Didn't look like anything too powerful, not like he's trying to thump it, but really just put this ball in play and try and make his way to first. Good thought process as a leadoff hitter in an inning, as he gets another clean cut, this time foul into the backstop. 1-2.
Yeah, you can notice Lehman's bat speed isn't the quickest. You can tell he's trying to focus on that contact and let the pitcher's velocity do most of the work for him.
Pitch on its way. Bit outside for ball 2.
That's a big 2-strike take by Lehman, so it looked like it could have been in either way, and Lemus recognizing that it was in the out half of the plate, and the umpire agreed.
2-2. This one swung on into center. Lehman checks up at first and leads off the second with a single. Another hit on the board for this Greyhounds team.
Yeah, great job by Lemus, like we said, just taking the bat to the baseball, let the pitcher's velocity do it for you. And his velocity carried it over to second baseman's head with the ease. Nice line drive into the shallow right center field. Great leadoff hit.
Wilson from the stretch. Outside for ball 1.
Great job by the catcher to stay in front of that one, not letting it go to the backstop and getting us a 0-out runner at second base. That could have been very scary for Pratt.
One count now after the strike on Kellogg. Catcher for Fort Scott. Pick move to first, back in time for Lehman.
And Drake Kellogg coming off a 2-home run game in the last game of that 2-game series at Pratt, looking to keep on doing that and deliver for Fort Scott here.
1-1, swing and a miss for strike 2. Wilson starting to find his tempo. He last inning had a good at bat against the second, then a 2-strike hit. See if Kellogg can replicate. That one just a bit high for his liking, ball 2.
At the balls you take with a 2-strike count, Kellogg willing to gamble it, paid off.
Two pitch, way in the dirt. That was no question about it. Kellogg now works his way back into a full count as Wilson still continuing to struggle with those locations. See if he can put this one away. And that one's way low. 2 no doubt takes for Kellogg there in a count that was just so scary at the beginning, and Wilson, big time blunder.
Yeah, Fort Scott batters already recognizing the control issues from Wilson early on, and like you just said, Kellogg in a down 2-strike count right away, able to battle back and get a walk. That's really impressive. Fort Scott needs to recognize that and take advantage of it.
Now up to bat, last in the lineup, Hayden Oliver. Oliver takes ball 1 as Wilson continues to work on finding the zone. From the stretch, squaring to bunt. This one laid down very well, and he's there in time. Hayden Oliver lays down a beautiful bunt and beats the ball to first by about a step.
Yeah, perfect placement by Hayden Oliver there, making the pitcher make a play. He's the center fielder on this Fort Scott team. You know he has the speed, he's got the grit, flew down that first base line. Now we have bases loaded with 0 outs, and Fort Scott eager to make a difference at the top of the order.
Wilson battered now here in the second, no outs, bases loaded, and the leadoff hitter Gavina up now. And we're gonna see our first mound visit out of Pratt. I believe this is actually, well, basing on, I was looking at down there at the bullpen. Looked like they were motioning for a change, but I think they're just saying we got to get somebody warmed up here.
Yeah, because this could get out of hand quick. You're at the top of the order, 0 outs, bases loaded. This is the worst situation you could be in if you're a pitcher. Wilson has a tall task ahead of him. His job is to do damage control. I don't think he's going to finish the inning, but they're going to make him go out there and get a couple outs.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Wilson, I would say, gives up a run, he'll be done at that point. They're going to try to warm up a pitcher over there in the bullpen, try and get him in probably within 1 or 2 batters, I would think. If you're coach for the Pratt Community Beavers, you're probably looking for Wilson to get a strikeout here, hang on for another at-bat, and then see it unfold. Gavina, high fly ball into right center, tracking and caught by Porter, and in for the RBI. Sacrifice fly from Gavina brings home another run for Fort Scott. 3-0 lead.
Great job by Gavina to not let it go on the ground for a double play in the infield, and now a pop-up in the infield. It resulted in the run. That's your job at the plate, the bare minimum, bring in a run even if you're out.
I recognize that higher sitting pitch, got under it, put that one in the outfield. Good contact. Erdley at the plate. Fouls off the first for strike 1.
Erdley found a pitch he liked early on, a high fastball, middle of the zone. He was trying to attack it, just cut it right back. You know he had the right bat path just under it.
The 0-1, this one drove into left and out of play.
You can see coming out of that mound visit, Wilson now throwing more fastballs. Coach told him just find the plate, pepper the zone, make Fort Scott hit.
Oh-2. Bit low. Lead takes it for ball one. Now Wilson with a little bit of room here in the count can start to work those outer edges. This is prime situation. Like to see him take advantage of it if you're Pratt. This is popped up, making its way in foul territory on the third base line and caught for the second out of the inning.
Early just unable to keep that one in play, hit a little deeper. Wilson got the best from him that time. 4 fastballs, just better placed than Early could handle. Able to get to the second out of the inning. Fort Scott needs to capitalize. They got to run in scoring position. You don't want to leave him out there, especially with the struggling Wilson.
You'd like to take advantage of him, knowing that he probably won't be returning for that third quarter.
But we have a cleanup hitter, Alex Downing. We saw the power he has an inning ago. We'd like to see it again.
Downing rips one to the second baseman. A good dig and over to first for the third out of the inning. That'll wrap us up here in the second. As we take it into the third, it is 3-0 Fort Scott's lead. And a big time 2 innings to really kick off this game. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
If you're Pratt, you don't stop believing here. Only 2 innings in, and it's a 3-0 score. Got a good section of your lineup that hasn't even seen the plate yet either. Some fresh feet, and a beanball right off the bat. Glaspie gets to take his base, and during the break we were talking, Carter has been very efficient from the mound. Very uncharacteristic pitch there.
Yeah, just not used to seeing a left-handed batter yet. Obviously trying to get that breaking ball inside, breaking away from him, forcing a roll over to Cannon. Just couldn't place a curveball.
Now the bottom of the lineup, Rosado looking to lay down a bunt. This can be dangerous in this situation. You put that a little too hard off the bat.
Yeah, Platt recognizing the bats aren't doing too hot right now, trying to get a runner over. By the way of the bunt, get a runner in scoring position, put the pressure on the pitcher.
Squares up again. That one looked good. But once again, weird vantage point for us over here on the side.
The umpire's got a tight zone. If you just miss, he's going to call it. He's not going to call it.
Another time, Rosado squares up, but pulls away in time. It's a 2-1 count.
Carter's trying to give Rosado a hard bunt to lay down, making it awkward for him, and Rosado's not biting.
Here's the 2-1. This one fouled into the dirt. 2-2 now for Rosado at the plate.
A great job by Carter, 2-strike count. Now he wants a foul ball here, he's out. So it's going to force Rosado to go swing the bat, which Pratt has not done a very good job of so far.
Gotta say, good job by Parker to really put some movement on that pitch and make it difficult for the bunt. I think he knows that they want it. Now forcing him to swing the bat, which is right where Carter really starts to excel. 2-2 from the stretch. Is in for strike 3. Another strikeout to Carter's resume for out number 1 in the third.
That changeup that Carter's delivering in the bottom of the zone is just giving these batters such a hard time. He's placing it perfectly in those outside and inside corners. Pratt's batters have no answer right now.
Well, and if you're Pratt, or Rosado to be more specific, you did not want to put that one in the turf. Had to keep it in the outfield, or honestly the strikeout's better than the double play, so not too disappointing. Top of the lineup up now, McNulty. Starts off with an 0-1. This is a little trickler down the third base path. And it's foul for strike 2.
Might not be a terrible case scenario because the runner would have advanced to second base. It was too slow for Cannon to get the ball to second. He was looking at first, so now there's 2 strikes on McNulty, who's been a great batter these first 4 games, but Cannon got the best of him pretty easily in that first inning, so you don't hate the matchup with 2 strikes into your balls here.
Yeah, a lot of room for Carter to work with here. If he wants to try to play with the edge of the zone, that he will, just a bit outside into that lefty's batter box. 1-2 count. From the stretch. Up and away for McNulty. Brings the count 2-2.
You can see him trying to locate that changeup out of the stretch. It's a little harder to control because you're rushing yourself to the plate that much faster.
Keeping an eye on the base runner, Glaspie. And this one swung on. Hard contact. Once again, foul. Off to the left. But showing why McNulty is capable of being that leadoff hitter. Two again. This one fouled away as well.
You can see McNulty just not time up with that fastball at all. He's seen so many changeups. He's expecting it for the strikeout pitch. Carter trying to elevate the fastball and blow it past him. Just couldn't get it high enough to blow it past him. McNulty able to foul it off and live another day.
This is one of those situations where if you're Carter, probably not trying to force that ground roll or that double play. You just want to try and sit this man down and move on to the next batter. Or at least give your infield a chance or your outfield a chance to just get the solo and maybe leave a batter or a runner on second with 2 outs. Not a terrible situation.
And he's throwing a good couple pitches to do so. McNulty just battling right there against a slider at the knees in the zone, able to battle it off and pull it for a foul ball.
Pick move to first, a quick one there from Carter. Still a 2-2 count. Carter has been riddling this zone and continues to do so.
McNulty, that sliders, he's able to get the tip of the bat on it each and every time. Carter has to be getting frustrated at this point, unable to put him away.
So still a 2-2 as both of these batter and pitcher in a stalemate right now. McNulty rips this one to center field. That makes it all the way to the wall and bounces over. Huge hit from McNulty, and if you're Braden Carter, you're once hoping that you could just get the one outs. Now you've got two runners in scoring position with the 2-hole coming up for Pratt. The left fielder Owen Schmidt. Up next, the designated hitter Colby Gomez, and more than likely we'll see him appear at the plate as there's a slim likelihood for a double play here. First one, fouled.
A great slider, open up the count. Owen Schmidt looking to attack that fastball early on, obviously trying to get some damage done, bringing 2 runs to Pratt to shorten this lead, but Owen Carter throwing that nasty off speed, trying to put Owen away here without moving any runners.
One thing for Schmidt is you just can't leave it short. You got to get it to the infielders, which he does. It's bobbled and will not be capitalized on by Gavina, who lets a run come home.
I think Gavina, his fielding errors kind of continue. He had an error in that first set of games versus Pratt, and the second one here now in a very bad time. A runner's at second and third, 1 out, and you just got one of the best batters Pratt has, a free pass to first off a routine ground ball.
Top of the third, first run scored for Pratt. It's a 1-3 score now as this one swung on, foul down the third base line.
Carter doing a great job of still opening up these counts with off-speed pitches, not let the batters get adjusted to his fastball, kind of working reversively as a pitcher, letting that fastball be the strikeout pitch and making the outs.
Oh, 1 counts to start off against Gomez. Runners in the corners. This one, grounder to the third baseman. Cannon gets the out at first, lets the run come home. Probably a good call there from Zayden Cannon.
Yep, you got to force out at every base now, 2 outs. Put the ball in play here in the infield, or you got a strikeout. Carter's, his job got a lot easier. You just cannot allow that runner on second to get home.
Tying run on second, lead taking run at the plate. 2 outs for Carter. This is a hard grounder to the first baseman. Reeled in and flipped to Carter as he makes the transition out. That's 3 here in the top of the third as we head into the bottom. Fort Scott looking to answer. We'll be right back after this break.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, and I did not notice it, but Michael, you told me that on that run down to first, Tyler Jeffries, the catcher for Pratt Community, actually went down, tweaking his ankle on that first base pad.
Yeah, and that's going to mess up the catcher communication between Wilson and the new catcher now. They weren't on the same game plan as him and Jeffries, so you have to imagine that changes up the pitching approach a little bit too.
They're still riding with Wilson here to start the bottom of the third. Got pretty early in the lineup, the 4-hole Zayden Cannon up first.
And you can see Wilson just going to that fastball, trying to get balls in the zone, stay ahead in the count, and allow him to use those breaking balls with 2 strikes on his back.
That one just a bit high at about shoulder level for Cannon.
Wilson's unable to locate that strikeout pitch with a 2-strike count.
Trying a couple of different things, going to the outside low, and now he was reaching high, but there gets Cannon swinging. First out of the inning comes from the plate. Brings up Cale Ortner, the first baseman.
And you can just see that elevated fastball has kind of been the difference maker for Wilson in his last inning now. Leading to this inning, Fort Scott just hadn't been able to catch up to it, get their bat swing path online with it, and it's been kind of caused a couple problems.
1 out as Wilson delivers strike 1. That just a pure changeup. No movement on that, just a slower pace. And that was the first one that he threw. I don't think he delivered one to Cannon in that first at bat. 0-1 on its way. Grounder to the third baseman, received well and flipped to first. Boomsma makes the play from across the diamond. Now 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the third. And this is how fast this game can really just start to flip around, and momentum can start to swing in the favor of a different team.
Yeah, and you can see that time Downing just jumping on the fastball. They recognize that Wilson's approach is fastball, 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 just unable to line it up that time.
Now you've got Parker Fagans, who drills one, grounder in between short and third. He'll stand on first and give a little bit of hope to this inning. After a strikeout and a ground out from Cannon and Ortner, now Seamus Lehman, the designated hitter, stepping up here in the 6-hole.
Wilson throwing a lot of fastballs, obviously. Fort Scott just kind of picking that pitch now, and if they find the right location, they're going to jump on it and start swinging those bats.
This one, high fly in foul territory, and it's collected.
Wow.
Very nice catch from Boomsma, and wraps up the bottom of the third empty for Fort Scott. Not only that, but very few pitches off of Wilson's count. Well, we'll go ahead and take a break here on Fort Scott Sports Live. We'll be right back for the 4th.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live for the top of the fourth. Getting close to about halfway through this first contest. Got about 57 minutes of game time in. Gomez. Or no, not Gomez. It is Lodwicks up first for Pratt, as Jeffries was the one to go down there on first. Subbing in for Jeffries, I don't think I acknowledged it, was Alex Germanos. So he will more than likely be the catcher for the remaining duration of this game. Long line drive. Is caught well by the center fielder. Hayden Oliver making a huge play as he slipped on that turf and had to hit the dirt. And now he's going to get checked out as I think he jammed up his shoulder.
It looks like he came in that shoulder pretty awkwardly.
So I assume they're going to make a change here as he has walked all the way in from center field. And headed out there is Ethan Hampton. So another change for injury.
And Hampton, obviously the 6'7" skyscraper, so he's going to left field. We want a much more mobile guy out there. Hampton got the arm. We want him in the corner outfield, able to deliver some putouts from outfield to home plate, hopefully at some point if we need it.
They're going to move number 7, Parker Fagans, from left field to center.
And Parker Fagan's listed at 6'2". That just goes to show how tall Ethan Hampton is, because you can see they have a sizable difference out there.
Yeah, Hampton coming in at 6'7". For those of you that may be in tune with modern memes.
That's for sure one of them, I'll tell you that. What else that does for us, Ethan Hampton batting .667 on the year, two hits, so you bring a little more batting prowess to the lineup as well.
So 1 out after the catch from Oliver. Big time play to keep from probably a double at that point there in the outfield. There's a hard line drive from Lodwicks, and now Boomsma looking to answer on that note. Starts it off, I don't know the count here. Let's see if the official gives it to us here. I believe it's 3-0 actually. I don't think there's been a strike here on Boomsma. That it is.
And we know Boomsma just doesn't want to take that bat off his shoulder, and for good reason. Carter not really wanting to pitch to him.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier as well. Boomsma kind of a walk magnet right now in this season, and maybe intentional, maybe not, but regardless, finding his way on base, both at bats. due to a 4-ball count.
1 out. We saw the batter last time try to lay a bunt down and move the runner over. He didn't show it this time, but we have to imagine they're trying to get a runner in scoring position to tie this game up.
Porter, easy to recognize with those bright pink cleats and gloves, as Carter delivers a strike. 1-1 count.
And caught a lot of the plate, that fastball, lower half, but closer to the middle, and Porter just spat on it. You have to imagine he's looking at an off-speed pitch in the zone.
One is just a bit high, right on the chin of Porter. In line with the plate, though. 2-1 now. Delivers. High fly ball headed for right center. Tracking Fagans, grabs it, and gets it inside the infield for the second out.
And thank goodness Carter was able to put a little extra velocity on that one. Porter just behind it, wasn't able to catch all of it on the right timing. If that was pulled a little more, you could have seen that one potentially carrying over the wall and being a 2-run go-ahead home run.
So another out coming from center field. And we've got another HBP Glaspie once again.
Yep.
Very reminiscent of that first go around in the order.
And he went for the exact same pitch. That inside breaking ball that time was a lot more inside, but still hit him. You have to imagine Glaspie just crowding the plate, giving Carter such a hard time with that left-handed side batted matchup.
That one, no dice from Carter.
They're noticing early on this inning, Carter having a harder time getting ahead in the count early on.
That's tipped by Rosado. 2 outs, 2 runners on. You can deliver to any base in the infield. Outfield looking to just kind of clean up anything that may trickle into their territory. Carter delivers, strike 2. 1-2 count now.
And you can see his fastball, he even has a little tail sometimes, looking to create that ground ball in the infield for an easy cleanup and get out of the inning here.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Catches him on the breaking ball. And we will head into the bottom of the 4th, halfway through here in Fort Scott, and the doubleheader against Pratt for game 1. We will take a break and be right back after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live for the bottom of the fourth. Fourth time around for the Greyhounds. At the plate, it was a quick one, but we've got a new pitcher on the mound for Pratt. We'll get to that in just a moment. At the plate for Fort Scott. Can't quite grab the number on
It should
deck
be
is
Eli
55.
Kellogg.
Yeah, so Kellogg.
Getting himself ahead in the hitters count 2-0. And we know what he can do with that. He's got the power to do it. 2 home run game in game 2 of that series. Don't let him get a hold of one. He'll carry it over the wall with ease.
It's a 2-1 count now. It's the pitch. Sits in right back up the middle. And Kellogg will have a leadoff single here in the fourth.
Now, we don't have advanced analytics at our disposal right now, but the exit velocity off that ball was in the 90s, if not the low hundreds. Kellogg got all of that ball right back to the pitcher. Nice little comebacker. Great way to start the bottom of the fourth inning for Fort Scott and try to get a rally going to separate this lead a little more.
Looks like on the mound is 25, which is going to be Carter. Well, say that 26, which is Hunter Mitchell. So Mitchell on the mound for Pratt. Starting it off with a 0-1 against the new batter Hampton. So 2 new faces duking it out here in the fourth.
And in these first 4 games, Mitchell has made 1 appearance. He's got 2 innings pitched, but he's allowed 3 runs. So he's a pitcher you can kind of battle against and try to attack and separate this lead against easier than most.
Definitely one of those primary reliefs for teams like Pratt, who work a guy in for 2 or so innings and then give them room to maybe close out the game if they're really excelling. But ultimately the goal here, try to put a couple innings away, limit the damage, and let your bats start to rally.
Yeah, he's a guy who's going to get a strikeout an inning, but he's also got a walk an inning, so you know he's not very sharp around the plate.
And catches Hampton swinging. There's your strikeout there on the second batter of the inning. And that brings up Gavina once again. This team for Fort Scott has had a lot of base runners. They have been this is the 3rd time Gavina will head to the plate here in the fourth, batting almost every inning. First one's low.
And I can't imagine you see a stolen base out of Kellogg here. You don't see a lot of catchers with that speed and ability to go swiping at bases. So Gavini have to use his bat here at Mass and move that runner over.
1-0 to start. Mitchell, his pitch in the dirt, pops up, and Kellogg will take second. Right as you say that. Unfortunately for Mitchell, a wild pitch gives the catcher of the Greyhounds second base. Puts him out of any trouble for a double play here. 1 out, 2 balls, no strikes. And now make it 3.
You're starting to see these control issues from Mitchell as well start showing out again for Pratt. Like pitchers having a hard time finding the zone, and Fort Scott being very patient at the plate and waiting for their pitch. They just have to execute.
And that one too low as well. Gavino will take his base, head to first, which does open up that double play opportunity again. If you were Fort Scott, you would have probably preferred to see the bat on the ball and a hit, but Gavina wasn't given anything there.
Yeah, if you're Mitchell, you already advanced a runner on a wild pitch. It doesn't hurt you to get that 4-0 walk and try to get a double play here.
Keep it in the infield as the 2-hole steps in. Max Erdley.
And earlier just watching the fastball go past him for strike 1, knowing that Mitchell's struggling to put the ball in the zone 3 times in a row. So be patient and let him prove to you he can strike you out.
Mitchell was on a 4-ball streak there, and now breaks it with a strike and right back to it. 1-1. This one swung on. Good contact into right, but it will be picked up by the right fielder, Aiden McNulty, who makes the play for out number 2 here in the 4th.
And that ball just not deep enough to move the runner from second. McNulty able to get behind it in the middle of right field and get that ball back in very quickly, and Kellogg just not able to tag up.
Yeah, whether or not it was not deep enough or too deep, you know, just kind of not finding the gap like the Greyhounds were able to in the first and then in the second. Third inning is really kind of the kryptonite right now for this Greyhounds team, putting up that egg for the first time and looking to bounce back off of it. 1-0 count here. Make it 1-1 for Alex Downing.
Downey has that lefty-righty matchup. All those breaking balls should be breaking in at the hands, which would allow him to pull the ball to the right field side a little easier.
Pitch sits in, ball 2.
You're seeing Mitchell try to avoid that, trying to throw the fastballs away, allowing Downey to hit a hard ground ball to the third baseman or shortstop and get an easy ground out.
Mitchell. Ball 3 to follow. And now a hitter's count here for Downing. You've got kind of your pick of the litter. Here's the 3-1. And that will walk Alex Downing and load the bases up for a very threatening hitter in Zayden Cannon.
Yeah, we saw Cannon with that rip down the third base line in the first inning. We know he has the power to rip it down past the infield, and Mitchell, if he leaves one across the plate, you have to expect Cannon with bases loaded and 2 outs. He's going to take full advantage of it.
First pitch swung on. Cannon pops this up into center. A good look, but not even near far enough for this defense. Joron Porter picks it up, and that will take us into the 5th. Top of the 5th coming up, 3-2 score. Fort Scott just looking to hang on to those first 2 innings of scoring. Pratt still with some work left to do.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live, top of the 5th. As leadoff hitter, I believe this is McNulty, top of the lineup here for Pratt. Starting off with a 1-0. Carter remains in. as another foul ball heads out of play. Now with the 1-1 count.
Carter fighting for a quality start here, trying to get through 5 innings and get at the Fort Scott Greyhounds a chance to go into the bottom of the 5th with the lead.
That one just outside, just above the knees of McNulty. Would have been a good one to bring just a bit inside, but also a very threatening height. That's kind of the sweet spot. McNulty pokes this one through short and third, and it makes its way into left field. Hampton keeps it close. Single for McNulty to lead off the 5th. And that is a tough sight for the Greyhounds.
And you just said it yourself right there. Carter left it in that threatening zone. McNulty, honestly, the best possible outcome there, just a single. And no more than that.
Big move to first as Carter keeps him honest.
We got another lefty-lefty matchup. Carter hasn't done a very good job at it so far. Hope we can change that and get a double play.
Another pick move there to first. Carter is really wanting to keep McNulty there. Schmidt at the plate. Squares up, takes it for ball 1.
Carter again struggling to get ahead of these counts these last couple innings. Now he's trying to get that breaking ball away, allowing the batter to roll over and we can get a double play opportunity.
Another low, ball 2.
You have to imagine 2 balls, 0 strikes. He's got to come up a little higher in the zone and challenge batter and get a strike on the board here.
2-0 count, runner on first, no outs. Schmidt check swing, did he go? They'll say no.
I think he held back there just a bit. Carlton trying to come inside with the fastball. Schmidt not buying it.
Yeah, I don't know. His bat tip certainly didn't come around, but his wrists really started that motion. It was a very close call there, but this one's flipped to second. Double play as that pays off for the Greyhounds on the 3-0 count. That is one time you could not do that for Schmidt.
No, Schmidt, it's just the wrong approach. Through and through, 3-0 count, 0 outs, runner on first. You're down by 1 run. You need that runner in scoring position so you can get the tying run. Schmidt rolls over on a fastball. Not rolls over, but jams on a fastball, and Carlton's able to get the double play and survive.
Honestly, I think, you know, if you were coach of Pratt, a piece of you may have said in that 3-0, hey, just lay one down here, lay one down the third base line, lay one down the first base line. He squared up on the first pitch of the count, which may have just been a bit of a psychological trick, as we see Carter is actually going to step away from the mound for Fort Scott, but surprised to see a swing available out of that situation. Just very, very surprising.
Yeah, just situational baseball is a very situational game, and that's one of the hardest parts about it, is learning when to do what and during each situation. Right there, Pratt just unable to capitalize, did the worst possible equation. Now they have 0 runners, 2 outs, and they have to face a brand new fresh arm out of Fort Scott.
Caleb Hillis takes the hump as we will take a break here, and we'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clarkshire athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. Protectpressfreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
And we're back. Hillis on the mound for Fort Scott. First pitch, ball one. Colby Gomez at the plate, takes ball two.
And that's what you're seeing all game from any pitcher we've seen so far, is getting ahead in the count. The batters have been in the favorable count each and every time, it feels like.
Hard hit grounder to the shortstop. Picked up and over to first for the third out of the inning. That wraps up the top of the fifth. As we head into the bottom, it is still 3-2. Fort Scott with another chance to try and extend on this lead.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find two links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Gil Ortner up first for the Greyhounds. As remaining on the mound is Mitchell.
There it is again, Drake. Just not able to get ahead in the count if you're the pitcher, allowing these batters to be that much more comfortable and find a pitch they want to pick and choose.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive that the pitchers of the Greyhounds at least have really been able to reel them in and gather up the outs necessary for the first, second, fourth, and fifth innings with no runs scored. The third inning just really kind of got out of hand. There was like 2 or 3 hits that really supplied the scoring there. But we've seen Fort Scott really take advantage. They've had plenty of base runners in this contest. They have taken advantage of those set counts. No pitch for ball 3. 3-1 count now for Mitchell. Facing off against Ortner.
And Ortner hasn't got a base hit in the season yet. 3-1 count might be the time to do it now.
This one ripped in between short and third. And that will be a trot over to first for Ortner. as he stands with a leadoff single again. This is something that is happening a lot in just about every inning for the Greyhounds, leadoff singles.
And that's how you want to start each and every inning. Get a base runner on, make the pitcher pitch out of the stretch, put some pressure on him, try to move him over, and trying to get an extra run here, get some cushion, because Pratt has not hit the ball well this inning, this game.
Yeah, just having some trouble with contact. They've got a couple of walks, which were, I believe those were actually the suppliers for those 2 runs in the third. I think both of those runs were actually walked on base. So that has been kind of the mojo with the Greyhounds defensively, just kind of beating themselves but earning it back on offense. You'd like to take advantage of it here. Parker Fagans.
Not expecting the beautiful curveball from Mitchell there. He's already down 0-2 in the count. Nice little flip of script from Mitchell.
Yeah, getting up early in this count. No outs, runner on first, and just takes a cut at it, trying to stick his bat out there and get some kind of contact. Nothing there from Parker Fagans.
Yeah, Mitchell kind of flipping his own script, making Fagans look a little foolish on a couple of his off-speed pitches. And that's a great bounce back for your pitcher. 3-pitch strikeout. You got 1 out and runner on first. You got a chance to get a double play here and seal the ending.
Seamus Lehman now at the plate. Still 1 out, so pretty similar scenario here for Lehman as Fagans had. And delivering, Mitchell finding the stroke here in the 5th.
You can start to see that control really come together now. He's getting a lot more confidence in his fastball, and that leads to confidence in the breaking ball, knowing he can strike the ball out.
Check swing. That will be not even close in comparison to the one we saw earlier.
Seamus, yeah, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Seamus didn't really want that one. He kind of just reacted with the bat, dropping to the ball. Not a chance at that ball at all.
That one trickles. I think they're going to say it made contact with him before or right off the bat, so now 1-2.
Seamus telling the umpire hit off his foot. Rightfully so. That would have been a very unfortunate outcome if that call got missed. Could have led to a double play. A heads-up play by Pratt.
1-2 counts from the stretch. Low. Brings ball 2. Now knotted count here between Mitchell and Lehman. Very conservative lead from Ortner on first. And a clean cut, but no contact there. Strike 3 as Mitchell gathers the second out of the inning on back-to-back strikeouts.
And Seamus just not ready for the velocity, but Mitchell there way behind the pitch. He had the right path to the ball, but the ball's already in the glove by the time he swung.
It's 2 gone as Eli Kellogg steps in. Got on base on his last at-bat and ended up making his way to second. Didn't make it any further, though, in that inning, as it has been a lot of this for the Greyhounds. First and second batters usually having a pretty good performance, and then just a complete shutout after that. Through the last 2 innings, that is. First and second, they were really finding their stride, and you thought that would carry on at least into the third.
Yeah, we've seen Kellogg has that power to change this outcome. Hopefully with the runner on first and 2 outs, he can put the matter in his own hands, get an extra base hit, and bring the runner in.
Hitters count as this one's popped down the right side. Going to be a tough track, but they do so. That is the second baseman getting there and making the play. Xavier Rosado And that will wrap up the 5th. We head into the 6th inning. 2-3 is the score.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Back for the 6th. 3-2 score. Up first for Pratt is going to be number 32, which I believe is Germanos, the fill-in catcher. And that it is.
And you see the Greyhound pitcher trying to trail that slider after the high and inside fastball for a strike. Unsuccessful that time.
Hillis with a great delivery there. 1-2 count now for Germanos. That one just a touch outside to follow.
You can see Hillis likes that little sweeper slider action. For that strikeout pitch, he's thrown it 3 times in a row on the outside part of the plate, just trying to catch that corner and get a backwards K.
Up towards the tip of his helmet for that one. Ball 3. Now a 3-2 count.
A great setup pitch for those recent 3 pitches. The sweeper, the fastball, just unsuccessful.
Hillis cannot get the out with Germanos, or even get him to swing for that matter. Sends him to first. Did see a nice double play in the last inning. Possibility once again here, with the next batter being Nate Lodwigs. But he's going to square up. Tries to poke it, but can't get it.
Huh? They gave him the ball.
They gave him a ball there?
He was in the zone, and he swung a bunt somehow. And he walked away with the ball.
Yeah.
Kind of baffling. But now he's in a 2-0 count.
I'm very lost about that first pitch, but 2-0 count. Squares up again. That one just low on the curveball. Now Hillis has got to work his way back into this count.
You only got a 1-run cushion. You got 0 outs and a runner on first. You gotta throw a ball in the zone here, put some pressure on Pratt.
And that one's too high. Gonna take a quick timeout here as Kellogg goes to visit with Hillis.
Trying to cool him down, telling him just take a deep breath. Think the command's got to figure itself out. If you're up by 1 run, but you got 0 outs, runners on scoring position now, you gotta be able to put the ball in the zone and at the corners if you're gonna walk away with 0 runs here. And we haven't seen Boonsma swing the bat yet this game, so you have to imagine this is the guy to attack.
Yeah, he's probably hungry to get something going here, but also he's just got good vision. You can probably expect him to see the ball very well on this at-bat as wild pitch gets past the catcher and advances the runners a base apiece. Now both in scoring position.
Payne's getting a whole lot scarier for Fort Scott now. All of a sudden this game kind of flipped on its head and doesn't look very favorable.
Lead taking run on second, tying run on third. With a 1-0 count against Boomsma, who has walked twice. This one, hard cut, popped up. Will stay pretty close to the infield. And a good relay there from Erdley. Keeps the runners at bay after the catch. So very fortunate break. That one coming off the end of the bat.
Now with 1 out here, you gotta entertain the option of giving an intentional walk to make the bases loaded and open up that double play opportunity.
Yeah, but you're going up against a batter. Well, I was gonna say you're going up against a batter who hasn't had a lot of success in Jordan Porter, but now a new face takes the plate. That is going to be Landon Cochran.
Cochran does have a home run in the season. He's not batting too well, only .214 through 4 games, but he's shown he has the power. 1 home run, 4 RBIs, but also 5 strikeouts, showing that he's not afraid to swing the bat.
This one's low, but Kellogg keeps it in front of him.
But a guy that's willing to swing the bat, this might be what you want here if you're Kellogg when you have that strikeout pitch and that nasty sweeper.
Yeah, but for Pratt, it's also somebody you're going to want at the plate. You just want to put this one in play. Try to bring that tying run home, even if it costs you an out. And then potentially getting him on base in the process. So this one's popped in the left, tailing towards the left field line. It's caught and slung in. As a throw to second makes its way to center. Tying run comes in with 2 outs. Three apiece, as once again late in the game, Pratt works their way back in this ball game.
Yeah, still a runner on second as well. You got 2 outs, but scoring position, you know, a single, and Pratt takes the lead here in the 6th.
Clayton Glaspie, who has been hit by a pitch twice.
Yeah, hadn't seen much action swinging the bat. You might have to use that to your advantage. Not very comfortable just yet with the bat off his shoulders. Make him swing at some fastballs, set him up, and set up that slider.
That sits in for strike 2. Good pitch there from Hillis as he finds his groove late in the 6th.
It came through the back door as well. You're never going to anticipate that one until the last final second. And if you don't have 2 strikes, you're not swinging at it.
And that one cut. Slicing out of play on the left field side.
You see Glaspie choking up Wellmount, just trying to put the ball in play, try to get past an infielder and try to hit the game-winning and then go-ahead run. Put some pressure on Fort Scott to swing the bats.
Hillis with the 0-2 from the stretch. Swung and fouled away as well. So back-to-back there for Glaspie as he keeps himself alive, and we've seen these drawn-out at-bats usually favor the batters as of this game. See if Hillis can change the narrative. Another foul.
And when you only have a 2-pitch repertoire, such as Hillis, a fastball and a sweeping slider, those long counts kind of get a little difficult on you because you can't really throw a third pitch at them. That makes it easier for the batter to kind of anticipate once they start figuring out your patterns.
It's a good location for Hillis. Just a bit high. Good eye from the batter Glaspie. 1-2. On its way. And good looking pitch again. Right on that outer upper corner of the zone.
It was a strike last time, not this time. You thought Hillis thought it was. You already saw him starting off.
Couple of times there for the Greyhounds. They've thought they've retired the side. Hillis tries for the low inside. Doesn't get it there either. And now the mental game kind of starts. You felt like you had 2 strikeouts. Now you're like, man, do I just put it down the middle to just get this one gone?
Challenge the batter for Hillis.
And that's low. And that is the way it has been today.
Yeah.
Those drawn out at bats, we've seen pitchers just start to fold under pressure towards the tail end of those.
Yeah, and you saw the irritation behind that fastball. It was hummed in there, just kept it too low, kept the arm down too long. Wasn't able to put it in the zone.
New face is Chase Rawlings at the plate as we have a coach's timeout for Fort Scott. We'll step aside for a moment and be right back.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go!
New face on the mound is Hunter Doyle. And at the plate, a new face for Pratt, like I said, was Chase Rawlings. Starting off with a 1-0 count. Doyle tries for the high fastball and can't get it.
Yet again, these pitchers just having a hard time settling in on their first batters of the afternoon, just unable to get that pitcher's count.
2-0, right down the middle for strike 1.
We've seen 3 fastballs come out of Doyle's hand. You have to imagine he's just trying to attack the batter, make him swing the bat, and set up that off-speed pitch for a strikeout.
Now at 2-1 as Doyle works his way back into this one. Winds up and delivers. Foul ball for strike 2.
4 fastballs from Doyle. 2 strikes, 2 balls, 2 outs. Let's hope he can ring this one up.
2-2 count. From the stretch, checking the runner on second, and another foul ball. This one, oof, very close to grabbing a car there. I think it actually rolled over the top of one, but nice blue Charger out there in the parking lot. That could have been very unfortunate. Hard grounder down the first base line, and it's flipped to Doyle. I didn't know if it was fair or foul, but gathers the outs. Final one for the top of the 6th. We head into the bottom. Fort Scott has a little bit of work to do if they want to try and end this one a half an inning early. So we'll see as we head into the bottom of the 6th if Fort Scott can manage to bring this lead back within their grasp. We'll be right back.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your...
And we're back. Fort Scott Sports Live, bottom of the 6th. Starting off with a 1-0 count against Ethan Hampton. Pitcher is a new pitcher for Pratt. We'll get to that number here in a second, or I believe it is.
Hampton starting out a 2-0 count to lead us off. He's got a light tower frame. Hopefully he can bring that light tower power here and get Fort Scott back in the lead here late in the innings.
Delivers ball 3. I believe this is Vincent Bouchard. 3-0 count. Hampton struck out swinging on his last at-bat. Now he's going to get it to take his base. And once again, we talked about this during the break, Michael, being able to get that leadoff batter on base, but the Greyhounds in the last 3 innings have just not been able to get him around.
Not at all. And now we have a pitcher, a left-handed pitcher. We haven't seen one all day. Struggling to find the strike zone against a 6'7" frame. So you have to imagine you let him get 1 or 2 strikes on you before you can take that bat off your shoulder.
Gavina squares up, lays down a hopper, and that one gets past the first baseman. Gavina headed for second. Hampton stands on third, and a bunt that was supposed to be a sack turns into a double. Hampton in prime scoring position to take this lead with no outs.
Great job by Gavina to stick with the play. A great bunt making the pitcher just make a play, and he couldn't. Gavina running the second. We got 2 runners in scoring position with 0 outs at the top of the order. That's exactly what Fort Scott needs going into the bottom of the 6th.
Well, let's see if there's a decision made here. Bouchard getting a quick meeting, maybe trying to draw something up as they figure Erdley will probably lay this one down, I would imagine. Just kind of go back to back, move Gavina over to third and try to bring Hampton home. So maybe they're going to try to draw something up to get that runner to either stay at third or out at home.
Yeah, you got to bring the corners in if you're Pratt County, because you know Hampton's 6'7". That's a lot of arm to slide across the plate, and it doesn't feel like they're putting. Now they got the corners in, they got the infield in. Hit the ball hard here if you are early.
We'll see what he goes with. Bunt down the. Looks like that hand is trickling towards the neck of the bat, and that it is. Right down, very well. Hampton nearly steals home, and out at first is Erdley. Hampton brings it home for the lead run here in the bottom of the 6th, which will mean that Pratt will have to get the job done in the top of the 7th.
Nothing like some small ball. A great squeeze bunt executed by Fort Scott with 0 outs. If they didn't get that bunt down, that could have been catastrophic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Hampton was already en route for home plate. Erdley's job there, make contact. Just have to make contact.
And that he did. Now he could be the unsung hero if Fort Scott can put it away in the top of the 7th.
1-0 count. This one's popped up. Coming down into left field, and it's gathered well by the left fielder. That's Owen Schmidt. 2 gone with Zayden Cannon coming up. That was Alex Downing on the last at-bat. Just needed it to have a little more distance and preferably towards more center field.
Yeah, if you're Alex Downing there, the infield's in, you got to run on third, 1 out. Put the ball on the ground.
And speaking of putting the ball on the ground, this one's bobbled by the third baseman in time for Zayden Cannon. Brings Gavina home, takes a 2-run lead as the final inning is right around the corner. I doubt Pratt makes a switch here on the mound. Things probably not looking like they can get much worse with 2 outs and a runner on first.
No, and Fort Scott proving if you make Pratt County play defense, it's a struggle for them. Just putting the ball in play, and it's been successful so far.
Swing and a miss on strike 1 for Ortner. The 0-1, just a bit high. Brings the count 1-1. Runner on first, 2 outs.
Cale Ortner got his first hit of the season earlier today, hoping to make it 2 and try to extend his lead even more.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. That one just tailed off at the end. Ortner unable to make the read.
Yeah, Ortner just having a hard time reading that pitch. It's got a great tail into it, running away from the batter on the back half of the plate. Ortner 2-strike count now, just got to put something in play.
This one's popped up and way out of play.
You can see he's still working Ortner away from the plate here, trying to not give him anything. He's nothing to pull over that third base side and allowing the runner to get all the way to third base, if not home.
1-2 on its way from the lefty. This one's drove into right. Over the head of the second baseman. And standing on second is Cannon. Ortner on first.
And that's just the power of Cale Ortner. He got jammed up in the play there, but was still able to drive it over to second baseman's hand, the head, and Fort Scott lives to see another day and trying to extend his lead once more.
Yeah, now with a runner in scoring position, wild pitch brings him forward. A nice solid hit as well, could do the same. Parker Fagans, he's put the bat on the ball a couple of times today, so you can expect that to be the case once again.
Yes, you can. Right there, got a gift present, a curveball right down the middle of the plate, but didn't swing at it, showing he's looking for a fastball.
Well, it ended up in a ball. Ball 1, 1-0. Now a 2-0 count here for Fagans.
2-0 count. You have to imagine if it gives you a fastball, you attack it.
Anything else, don't think it's probably worth swinging at. Back to second on the pick move. It's always interesting to see how pitchers operate when it comes to pickoffs with 2 outs. Especially in a situation like this, you've given up 2 runs, you're looking to try and shut this inning down before it gets too out of hand, and making a pick move like that, an errant throw, could lead to just something terrible.
Yeah, and I kind of could show you the pitcher doesn't have enough trust in his own ability to strike out the batter or attack and force an out, so he's trying to pick off the runner at second. And if that's what he thinks a better option, attacking the batter, you got to be confident in your own ability if you're Fagans and attack that fastball.
Yeah, with the 2-0 count, like we said, probably just waiting to see if that heater comes in from Bouchard. And there's the cut. Just off the mark for Fagans, strike 1.
I still think you're picking one pitch here, 2-1 count. If you don't find that pitch, it's 2-2 count. Go defend the plate, but if you don't find your pitch here, I say you leave it.
Now up to 3-1. This is even more so emphasis on that point you just made, Michael.
It's a hitter's count.
Yeah, this is prime position here for Fagans. A lot of relief as he takes the cut, fouls it off. That was his pitch.
That's as good a chance as any you're ever going to get if you're Fagans. Just cut it right back. You knew if you got the bat a little higher on the ball there, it would have been a line drive right down the middle of the field and could have brought the runner from second all the way home.
Now a little bit of pressure here on Bouchard to make it happen with 2 strikes. But you can't give him anything too easy. 3-2 count. A little bit different than a 3-1, you know. 3-1, you feel like you kind of have to put it in the zone. Here, it's that debate between whether or not you want to try and chase or try to get him to chase or give him something to get the call.
Yeah, you have to imagine you're going to just put a ball in the zone. It doesn't have to be a fastball per se, but if you're Fagans, I'd say you're expecting a ball, and if it's pretty far out the plate, you leave it, obviously, but if it's a close call with 2 outs, you have to challenge it.
Full count. Bouchard comes set and delivers. This one back up the middle, finds the gap, rounding second and third, coming home. And another run scored. Zayden Cannon makes his way to the plate. And I believe at this point for Pratt, you start to kind of count your losses here and say, what's it worth to put a new pitcher in rather than try to save him for 20 minutes from now?
Yeah, and you can see there's no pitcher out of the bullpen right now. They recognize that, and they're letting it right at Bouchard. Unless it gets completely out of hand, bases get cleared, then at that point you're kind of forced to, at the bare minimum, put a position player in and just try to wrap it up.
First pitch.
Umpire called low on that pitch. Showing the breaking ball, trying to catch on the backside of the plate. Unsuccessful.
This is Jackson Rousey, who finds a hole in the defense as well. Brings home another one and advances the runners from first to second. Once again, 2 runners on. And just tacking on here for Fort Scott. It's going to be a long road for this Pratt offense to try and catch back up.
If you're Fort Scott, the more the merrier. You just have another runner in scoring position. Why not keep tacking on? Make that job easier for your pitcher.
This ball's in the dirt. This is Eli Kellogg at the plate. Runners advance at the wild pitch. 1-0 count.
Great heads-up base running by Parker Fagans and the other runner. Parker Fagans, as soon as that ball hit the dirt, he was gone. He didn't care where that was going. He didn't care if it was right at the catcher's lap. He was gone. He was at third base in an instant.
1-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled. Well out of play. 1-1 count.
If you're Kellogg, everybody else has had much success just keeping their bat path level and just hitting the line job through the infield. You got 2 runners in scoring position. It doesn't hurt to do the same and make it a 6-run ball game.
Big spaces as both corners of the diamond. Boomsma and the first baseman as well. Let me see who they got there. Glaspie both playing pretty well close to their bases, and the second and shortstop also playing pretty close on their facets, and now finds the gap. There it is. Right in between short and third. This one's coming home. 2-run score on the base hits from Kellogg.
There it is again, just finding the holes in the middle infield. Keeping that bat path level, hitting the line drive through the infield. Kellogg able to tack on 2 more RBIs, a 3-9 ball game. 6 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning, Drake.
Yeah, I mean, tripling what they had originally. Now Ethan Hampton looking to keep the good times rolling. As this one's drilled right center. Trekking and caught. Will wrap up the bottom of the 6th. We head into the top of the 7th. 6-run difference between the Greyhounds and the Beavers. We'll be right back.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom.
Reaching residential areas?
And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats, protectpressfreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong?
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live here in the top of the 7th. A long road ahead for this Pratt offensive push. First pitch sits in for strike one.
A great first pitch by Hunter Doyle, right at the knees.
Yeah.
That's a great way to set the tone going into the top of the 7th here, proving you're trying to shut this one out early, hopefully through the first 3 batters.
Count comes even 1-1.
And we've seen Hunter Doyle, just really a fastball pitcher, just tries to dart it in there, force the hitters to hit, and he trusts his own placement.
Now a 2-1 count as Doyle trying to find his groove here to start the top of the 7th. Hayden McNulty, it's a start of the lineup here for Pratt. It's that one pretty close on that upper end of the zone.
Yeah, Doyle kind of just dancing around the zone right now, unable to find the inside part of it. He's got a very tough batter, so it's no surprise he's trying to dance around him a little bit.
And there you go, strike 2. And I always said, this is just kind of a funny comment, that I feel like when batters make the move right off the pitch, it almost provokes the umpire to make the call, just to kind of give you a little bit of embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his job, not you.
Full count on its way. This one swung on into right field and out of play. Foul ball keeps the count 3-2.
And we both know that Aiden McNulty has the power. He's had a couple home runs through 4 games, and that one was blasted down the right field side, even being so late on the ball.
This one's drilled into left center. McNulty gonna be on for a single. Now he's headed for, oh no. Thought he was gonna get himself in a pickle. He was not gonna make it to second.
And I was going to say, if you're Doyle, don't leave a fastball over the plate that McNulty can dance on, and that's what he did. And against the opposite field shift, right into the center field, there was a shift right in the gap, and McNulty, easy single.
Well, and if you're McNulty on that base running as well, no real reason to go for 2 there, as you're kind of expecting everybody to follow and just kind of get a hit, get on base and not put any kind of threat. You got to put these hits into the outfield if you're Pratt. Schmidt. It's a grounder in the gap. This makes its way to right field. Now things looking a little more interesting here for Pratt Community. Beavers on with 2 base runners. And you got a new batter at the plate as well, Gunnar Hewitt.
Gunnar Hewitt yet to find a hit this season through 4 games. He's got 7 plate appearances, unsuccessful in all 7. hoping to change that now when it matters most for Pratt.
Man, interesting change here for Pratt as well. A guy who's 0 for 7 on plate appearances, and that looks to continue. 0 for 8, and not only that, but a rolled up double play. Very interesting change. You know, you get 2 guys on, you've got the half of the deficit gone if you score the batter at the plate, and a guy who's just kind of been in a slump here early on. Just very interesting to me.
Yeah, I guess when you're this far away from the winning the ball game, 6 runs, this is the time to have a guy try to get out of that slump, force him out by getting a big play, and that time just unsuccessful. But in the favor of Fort Scott, of course.
1-0 count. Doyle working against Germanos.
Trying to set up that fastball by throwing a couple of breaking balls, but both those breaking balls struggling to make their way to the plate.
(2-0) on its way. Grounder to the shortstop. Picked up and to first. And that will do it here for the first. Game 1 of the doubleheader ends in a Fort Scott victory.
Fort Scott able to find their first win of the season at home. That's where you want to do it. That's how you want to do it in dominating fashion. 6 points in the bottom of the 6th inning, making Pratt County's bats come alive, which they really just struggled to do in those first 7 innings of baseball we've had today. Fort Scott, a very dominating performance in the back half.
Yeah, very dominant, and honestly, Pratt did a good job trying to apply some pressure there towards the end, tying it up in the top of the 6th, but just couldn't close it out. You know, defensively had that crumble, and we talked about it going into every single inning. Leadoff hitters getting on base, that's the big difficulty right now for Pratt. Going into the second game, you're probably telling your players, hey, let's make sure that first guy's an out. Let's start it off on a high note instead of a low note and try to battle back into the inning. But we'll go ahead and send it to a quick break. We'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. before it's too late. Understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom. And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late. Understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom. And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late. Understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live as the Greyhounds warm up here on the field. Out on the mound is going to be number 30, Isaac Thompson. So Thompson starting out on the hump for Fort Scott. And just a couple moments before we get this thing started, Michael, Fort Scott took down game 1 of this doubleheader in a pretty good fashion, being able to put stuff together there at the bottom of the 6th, right when they needed to. Tie ball game in the top of the 6th, and then put 6 runs on Pratt there in the bottom. What a performance offensively from this squad.
Yeah, a great 6th inning. Started off by Max Erdley. He was able to get a nice little sacrifice bunt that brought in the game go-ahead run. Ended up being the game-winning run. So thanks to him, that had a very nice spark. That allowed us to score 5 more runs in quick succession. And also thanks in large part to Pratt County just struggling to play defense. Fort Scott put the ball in play. Pratt County couldn't reel it in a couple times. We found a couple gaps, and that led to a 6-run, dominating 6th inning. And Fort Scott able to clean it up in the 7th, thanks to Hunter Doyle, and it led to a 3-9 victory in the first leg of this 2-game stretch.
Yeah, very impressive victory in this 2-game stretch. First off in the order, it's going to be McNulty for the Beavers. Had a good performance at the plate earlier. You can expect the same out of him right now, and where's that one? Right on the inside.
And we just saw pitchers from both sides last game struggling getting ahead in the count early in that time. First pitch of the game, we give Pratt County a free runner to run loose with 0 outs.
So now Cochran's going to step up to the plate and hit a grounder in the gap out to right field as McNulty makes his way to third. A single for Cochran.
Pratt County coming out the gate, 2 pitches. We already got runners on the corners, and we're at the 3rd batter in the lineup. Fort Scott needs to tidy up on the mound and try to get some outs back without allowing any runs here.
This one, grounder down the right field line. Trickles foul. 0-1 count here for Gomez. Pick move to first is unsuccessful.
And we know Gomez is one of those guys for Pratt County that's batting 400 through no more than a few games now. And with runners in the corners and 0 outs, you have to be wary. You know he has that power to do some damage.
Thompson delivers a nasty breaker. 0-2 count now against Gomez.
And that slider came in looking like a low and outside fastball in the zone and just snapped away at the last final second, and Gomez couldn't hold back from it.
From the stretch, the 0-2 on its way. Has some weird movement, throw down to second. Is nearly there. Had it been just a little bit quicker, maybe in the air and on the other side of the bag. I don't even think it needed to be in the air. As long as it was on the other side of the bag, I think that would have been a successful throwdown.
Yeah, it had just enough to get there, but the accuracy was the issue and just misplaced it for the shortstop to bring it in. And a pair of wild pitches received by the catcher, thankfully, saving a run 2 times now.
Yeah, that was Rowan Christensen, the catcher. 2-2 count. This one's fouled off as well into the dugouts of Pratt. Still 2-2 here for Thompson. Delivers strike 3. Right on the outside. A beautiful pitch, rather, to wrap up that at-bat.
Yeah, painted the corner like Picasso, right in the bottom left corner away from the batter. Just not much you can do about that as a hitter. That's just one of the best pitches you're going to see all season long.
This one's drilled up the middle. This is going to be a run scored. Working it back inside, and that's 2. 2 runs for Pratt in the first, and starting this game off in a similar fashion that the Greyhounds did earlier.
Yeah, Pratt County taking the jump early again. Just Fort Scott going to be working from behind. They did it in the previous series at Pratt. Doing it again now. They got to dig in deep and minimize this damage.
1-0 count. Thompson, they've got his number right now as Hewitt steps onto the plate, or steps up to the plate. Just seemed to kind of see that pitch really well right now. So we'll see if Thompson switches up some of the tempo, maybe the mix-up of the off-speed to fastball. 1-1. This one's hard grounder, couple hops to first, and out of play, foul ball. One, 2. Thompson delivers, foul ball again.
Ooh,
just hops over the cars.
That's always a scary sight. You never want to see a foul ball toward where you park, treading where you think you parked your car. That's just real scary.
Been keeping an eye on that. That's something that I always try to be aware of coming to these baseball games all over the place. You need a little bit of a taller net, you know.
Yeah, no, this net will take some comebackers from the crowd, but not the cars.
Well, those like almost high line drives back behind, or they'll gain some distance. But Thompson, enough about cars. This guy's driving strikes through the zone.
Backwards K from Thompson. That's a great way to get back on track. You got a runner on first now with 2 outs. It's just you and the hitter, baby. This guy's not a runner in scoring position. Isolate yourself with this batter, strike him out, get some mojo for the second inning.
This is Corey Reese coming up to bat. New face at the plate here for Pratt. And, ooh, I don't know where that one was. There's a great spot there from Thompson.
Corey Reese has made one appearance for Pratt in these first 4 games, now 5, and he hasn't yet to find a hit. Looking for his first one now.
And there's the spot there from Thompson. Very similar to that last pitch, but I think just a smidge less inside than the last one. So now 1-1 count as Reese feeling some pressure here. Coming off the bench, you're a little cold. Everybody else, they've got about a game of warm-up. Swing and a miss for strike 2. And now, not to mention, a little bit of a 10th man playing a factor. We talked about the field playing a factor in a home game. Well, now we've got a bit of a more lively crowd as the basketball team is showing out here. Low on that look from Thompson.
And it's good to see that other programs get involved with each other. They support each other, and that's what helps make all these programs successful. They feel supported, and they're even more motivated to be great.
Something that Coach Sturgis and Glover have talked about a lot in the basketball season. Strike 3 on the swing. 3 strikeouts in 4 batters. Unfortunately, that one batter that didn't strike out was Glassby, getting the 2-run single. But regardless, not a terrible inning, especially the way they wrapped it up there at the end, being able to get the couple strikeouts. 2 backwards Ks as well there for the pitcher Thompson. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Gavina up first. Followed by Erdley and Downing to lead off here in the first inning. Fort Scott saw 6 batters on the other side for Pratt. So Pratt about 2/3 of the way through their lineup and looking to replicate that here as Fort Scott was able to do so in the last game.
Yeah, getting back from the jump early on, taking some of that pressure out the pitcher is a big must right now for Fort Scott. Even 1 run takes half of the deficit out of the way.
Up high for Gavina, ball 1.
But last game, Pratt Community College faced a lefty. This game, Fort Scott has to face a southpaw. Curious to see how they do against them.
Yeah, they did face the lefty there towards the end in Bouchard, but for the majority of the game, it was the righty, and funny enough, they did perform better against the lefty than they did the 2 righties, so we'll see if that continues to be the case. 1-1 on its way from the windup. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
And you can see he likes to really take the upper half of that strike zone with the fastball. You almost wonder, is he setting up a nasty breaking ball at the bottom half of the zone?
1-2 as this one hums in there and is fouled away.
And that's the fastest pitch I think he's thrown all at bat. He's really just trying to really enforce himself in the top of the strike zone with that fastball. Trying to blow it past Gavina.
Low pitch is popped into right field. Is it fair? It is. Gavina rounds first and stands up on second with a double.
Great job by Gavina to survive that. The breaking ball finally came in. He sliced at it. It stayed fair down the right field line, and he was able to hustle for a double. Never gave up on the play. A great way to lead it off for Fort Scott in this game.
Yeah, now you got the tying run at the home plate. I know it's the first inning, and that's kind of weird to say in the first inning, but in these games where, you know, somebody starts off as hot as what Pratt did, you're thinking that. You're thinking, you know, hey, let's get a chance to get our tying run in the field of play and maybe even a lead-taking run at that as well.
No, it'd really be a great counterpunch by Fort Scott to take the lead back in this first inning and put the pressure back on Pratt through one inning.
Yeah, mentally it'd take a good amount off of Pratt as well, just to kind of show him, yeah, you know, you can put a couple of runs on, but we're still here. We're still going to be able to put up more than you are. And just kind of do a little bit of flex there in the first inning, as you're coming off of an inning where you put up 6. So,
yeah, make sure you remind them that what just happened. A 6-run inning is pretty demoralizing at times, especially for pitchers. So Fort Scott trying to keep up on that.
Wild pitch advances. Gavina to third. Hard off the backstop this time, but he's in there. A quick run as Gavina makes his way all the way around the bases. 2 wild pitches.
And that's one way to do it. Just self-inflicted by Pratt Community College, and Gavina using his wheels to get all the way around the base paths. That leadoff speed.
That's what you want out of a leadoff hitter. Somebody who can just get around as quick as possible. That one sits in right down the middle for strike 1. It's going to be a 3-1 count here. And low. So taking his base will be Erdley, getting on with a walk.
Through 2 batters, Fort Scott has scored a run off 2 wild pitches, a double, and now we have a walk. Runner on first again with 0 outs, and our 3-hole coming up lefty-lefty.
Downing up to bat now with the runner on first, and I got to say that pick move was pretty telegraphed there from the pitcher, Redeker.
Yeah, I think everybody in the ballpark knew that ball was not coming to the plate.
I don't know what it was. Just kind of was a big tell. Maybe his knee. Yeah, brought that knee up really high. On his pitching motion, he just kind of steps forward. Pick motion, he brings the knee up.
Yeah, I didn't disguise it very well.
Strike 1 for Downing. Starts the count off 0-1. And now 1-1.
Great job by Downing to stay disciplined right there, not bite at the low fastball, knowing this pitcher's having a hard time finding the play with that fastball early on. Make him find a pitch you want to hit and go deliver.
1-1 on its way, and too high as well. So now back in the count here for Downing. Pitch 4 is too high as well. Redeker having trouble bringing it down. You talked about setting up that high pitch to maybe set up the low breaking ball, but I haven't seen it yet.
No, he really just hadn't been able to locate a pitch. You almost wonder, is he trying to throw a high pitch to begin with?
Yeah, like you said, just kind of wondering if it's intentional. That one still on the upper part of the zone, but it is fouled away by Downing.
And then a 3-1 count with 0 outs, you're not looking to hit as much as you are 3-1 count with 2 outs. So Downing behind the fastball right down the middle.
Especially with a runner on first. A double play opportunity.
Heading right towards your car.
Not quite, not quite. A little bit off the mark there. My car's pretty much directly behind us, so.
That's a good deal.
Yeah. It is kind of an awkward spot. I feel like it's probably more likely for a righty, but I don't want to jinx it. Full count on its way. Another foul ball. And I'm listening, but there's nothing there.
Yeah.
No car contact on that foul.
Downey's got the power to deliver here on the 3-2 count. Can he do it?
Redeker comes set and delivers. Too low for ball 4, and another walk for Redeker. So that's 3 straight batters. That's the longest streak we've had this game so far of batters getting on base.
Yeah, and if you're Pratt, you got to be a little disappointed. Not disappointed, but a little frustrated after getting the jump on him with 2 runs right away. And defensively, you just kind of blown it away with 0 outs so far.
Well, and you say defensively, but we're going to see a coach's visit to the mound. It is a pitcher issue right now, just to kind of put it bluntly. Redeker's having some trouble finding the zone. Everything's sitting up just a little bit too high, and then whenever he brings it back in, it's just kind of a meatball there for Fort Scott. We saw Gavina be able to chip it off. I just don't think he's putting enough pace on it. I don't know what it is. Maybe whenever he's trying to locate the zone, he's pulling off a little on the velo, but it's not working.
Yeah, no. He's just trying to find that location. He's just trying to find that groove. And, yeah, like you said, high, lower, middle is where he's been the first 3 batters. And that's the craziest thing about it. It's only been 3 batters, and we got 1 run, a runner on second, and a runner on first, all thanks to wild pitches or walks. The leadoff batter, Gavina, had the most competitive at-bat, and he battled the 3-2 count and got a great two-strike double. And since then, it's kind of just fallen downhill.
Well, they will keep him in. Redeker remains. Maybe feeling a little bit of pressure from the new formed crowd here in Fort Scott. A lot of chirps coming from the basketball team. You like to see it, you know, getting a little bit of vocally active, getting ahead of the opponent. I remember being in high school and college and doing the same exact thing.
Yep. There's nothing like it. Student camaraderie is a great thing to have.
2-0. Runners on first and second. That pitch just a little too inside for the liking of Cannon, but it is a strike.
We've seen Cannon. If you give him a pitch to hit, he will whip it down the line, and that could get pretty dangerous for Pratt.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him go with that inside ball as well, as he could just turn on it like that. This one's sky high and out of play. Oh, no. Ooh. Right next to the white challenger.
Oh.
I thought that was.
Yeah, that would have stung. That would have hurt my heart.
Yeah, that was going to be a good, what, $1,000 repair, something along those lines.
Yeah, $1,000 you don't want or have to spend, but it's brutal.
If I were the owner of that car, I think I'd go move it. Got a 2-2 count, or no, 3-2 count now. I'm just laughing at this heckling here, and now this one's drilled in the right field. My goodness, Fort Scott feeling themselves right now. 0 outs, 2 more runners in scoring position. I mean, this is entertainment.
Incredibly entertaining from the crowd and the baseball players. You've noticed both these hits that come off 2 strikes, and they come off the way of an opposite field down the line double, and that's because they're just sitting back and just waiting for this guy to deliver a pitch in the zone. And when they do, they sit back and just push it the other way, and just enough to get past the infield.
Ortner up now to the plate. Bat on the ball. Bat on the ball is going to result in more than likely a run scored. I'm having a hard time trying to focus it right now. I can't imagine what it's like for some of these players out here.
Because those are some creative chirps. They're doing a great job. If they're getting in our heads, I'm sure they're feeling it.
0-1 in the dirt. And not to mention, you know, it's not a huge environment here, so it's not very loud. Everything is very, very easily heard out here on the field. So
you can hear every word spoken. I promise you that.
Center fielders hearing it. 1-1 is, ooh, that's a good frame there from the catcher. I thought it was a little bit low, but
yeah,
was a good move.
Especially on the taller frame of Alex Downing. That's a great below-the-knee frame by the catcher to steal a strike and put his pitcher in a favorable count.
The 1-2 is high into the backstop, and scoring will be Downing. And that will be another run scored. Now back to a lead for Fort Scott here in the bottom of the first.
Just some miscommunication issues between the pitcher and the catcher. Just 3 passed balls now that have led to 3 base advances.
2-2 count on its way. Check swing in the dirt, 3-2.
And Drake, the hardest part about this, I believe, is that there's still 0 outs through this whole thing. Fort Scott looking for a very long first inning to try to drain Pratt and get those bats cold.
Yeah, 0 outs. This is another run scored more than likely. And another wild pitch will bring home Cannon, which will almost clear the bases. But now Ortner with the walk on that pitch heads to first. And with as many wild pitches as there's been, first base coach is telling him, hey, keep your head up, keep your eyes up. As soon as you see that ball get past the catcher, I want you on second base.
Exactly, yeah. How wild he's being, you got to be ready on the next one, the very first tell that is going past the catcher.
1-0 count.
Basketball team's eating this up right now.
Oh my gosh. Well, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the way you dig people into slumps. That's 2-0 and in the dirt, which puts Ortner on second. So once again, runner in scoring position here for Fort Scott. Redeker, I mean, you've got to say some of this is working.
It has to be. You can tell each and every time it gets louder and louder, they know it's piling on against them.
2-0 count. That one's right down the pipe for strike one.
And that's the pitch you have to throw after.
Well, you know it's a little rough whenever the other team is cheering for the strike.
Yeah. Trying to get you a pat in the back, make this game competitive again.
2-1 on its way, and this one's hard grounder to the shortstop. And he delivers to first, gets the first out.
Got a ground out there to the shortstop. Runner on second, advances to third. You got a runner at third base with 1 out.
Yeah, you advanced the runner there. I mean, nothing lost
no.
on that. You know, it's not quite a sacrifice, but it's a 1-out situation. Now you set up Ethan Hampton with a situation where as long as he puts the bat on the ball, you're bringing home another run and taking a 3-run lead.
Yep. And you almost wonder if you bunt him in, but with a guy like Ethan Hampton, that 6'7" frame, you know he's got all the power in the world. You let him take a swing at it. If he drives it over the wall, they're more than happy, but anything in the outfield should be a sacrifice fly.
Redeker from the windup delivers strike 2. Hampton seeing 2 of them there, and now I'm sure getting the, hey, let's keep this count alive. This one's poked up and to the second baseman. And I said putting the bat on the ball would result in a run. That was the one thing that you couldn't have if you were Hampton.
And you saw Rediger had a very upbeat pace there. He was ready to, he got up ahead in the count early on, and he was trying to take advantage of that, not letting Hampton get settled in that batter's box, and it's just taking it right to him. 3 strikes right in the middle of the zone.
100%. Lined up and deliver. Fouled off from Christensen.
You can see Rediger is pitching with pace right now. You can tell he's very upset with himself, and he's pitching with passion. These balls are humming in the strike zone.
Yeah, right as the ump puts his hand down, these are coming in, and there's strike 2. That throwback is loose. Sliding in home. This time, it wasn't Rediker with the wild throw. It was the catcher, Germanos. And now the chirps begin again. Momentum back in the favor of Fort Scott with the 0-2 count. That pitch low for ball 1.
You can tell Germanos is mentally blocked out by the basketball team. You can tell it's getting to him. He's very, the body language is very big tell.
1-2, swung on, frozen rope into right field, and makes its way to the wall. Christensen rounds first and stands up on second.
All these hits coming of the way of an opposite field hit, but they are getting crushed. And that time, another double, trying to hope for a 2-out rally here. If you're Fort Scott, keep piling onto this pitcher. He's having such a hard time. He feels stranded out there right now.
Yeah, and after the coach's timeout as well, now you feel like you can't go out and visit him without pulling him. That's kind of the telltale sign. You're warming somebody up in the bullpen, but you got to buy some time for him. Big hit, but out of play from Higgs. That is Caleb Higgs, and that's a threatening swing from the 9-hole.
Yeah, you can tell that velocity is there because Rediger is forcing all these hits opposite field, but he's just giving it too much part of the plate. So that bat path is right there in the ball.
Up top for ball 1.
And you can notice that changeup is never low. He's always hanging in the middle of the zone or just outside.
One, another shot out of play. 1-2.
Home field advantage playing in full effect right now for this Fort Scott team.
I don't know if I've ever seen such a big difference in how especially in baseball. Usually it's not, you get those chirpy crowds,
yes,
that are a little bit more active. But usually it's not playing as big a factor as this.
No,
but these are your own peers
yeah,
that are giving you such a hard time. And I mean, they're just very clever remarks.
They are.
2-2 on its way, and that's in. Yeah, great pitch there from Rediker to retire the side.
Basketball fans cheering him on, congratulating him on getting out of the inning alive. But now without the cost of 5 runs.
Yeah, that's a heavy price. Doubt he sees the second inning. I think he's a little too rattled for that, but we'll go ahead and send it to a break. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email.
Back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Into the second inning. And Thompson delivers strike one early, setting the tone and keeping that mojo rolling from the offensive side to the defensive.
Doing a great job of getting ahead of the count for once. Fort Scott struggling to do that the first game.
Both teams struggling to do that in the first game, and now we saw that once again in the first inning for Pratt as well. We'll see if they make a change in the second. One, fouled away.
And you can see he's doing a better job at attacking the batter, making the batter pay, making the batter play baseball. And he's peppering the zone, and it's not just putting it in the middle of the zone either. He's putting it on the edges, not making it easy for the batter to attack him.
1-2. And there it is. Strike three. Thompson knew it. Thompson knew it. The catcher, Christensen, knew it. I think the only person that I think he did know it, but refused to acknowledge it was Moore. And then once the call came in,
just
back to the dugout.
Nasty slider low and away, scraped against that bottom left edge corner, and that's a beautiful way to start your second inning. Great strikeout. That's how you get your mojo up. You saw the strut after. He was really now getting to feel better.
Well, and now we've already got a change here. Number 25 for Pratt, which is Carter Allen. Takes strike one.
And no surprise after the performance of both the pitcher and the catcher for Pratt last inning, and the coach just had enough of it, and he said that was unacceptable, giving this kid a chance.
One now. Thompson. One out. New face at the plate. Delivers. Ooh. Maybe just inside. That was a great height. Right underneath probably the chest of the batter, and looked like a good pitch.
Yeah, looked good from this angle, I thought.
Good spot regardless. 2-1. This one swung on. Grounder will make its way into left field, and on base is Allen.
And I was about to say, that's the third catcher in their depth chart. You want to attack the guy. He's not seen very many opportunities at all this season, but he makes the most of his first.
Certainly.
One out, runner on first base. This opens up a double play opportunity, gives yourself a chance to get out of this inning a little quicker.
Rawlings sees strike one. Ground ball to the second baseman. It's a deep grounder, and it gets there in time. Ooh. Just a half a step behind for Rawlings. Very close.
Just an awkward part of the infield, not allowing that double play opportunity. Wouldn't hit hard enough, but great job by the second baseman to reel it in and deliver the out.
Yeah, it was just out of reach of the first baseman. That looks like Ortner, as he was guarding the bag, trying to keep the runner near. And a late swing and a miss from McNulty. That one he seemed a little indecisive about and maybe just tried to fight it off at the end.
Yeah, McNulty, if he can get indecisive, things get a lot easier because when he's decisive, he's strong. He will make a huge blow in your defense.
He was hit by a pitch on his first at bat as he takes strike 2.
Runner on second, 2 outs. 0-2 count here. You're looking to get him something to swing and miss at. Maybe that slider you've been throwing looks really good out of the hand. Hopefully you can get him missing.
I'm thinking that upper inside as well. That one's low, popped up. Fly into center and caught. Fagans makes the play. And that will be it for the second. Or the top of the second. We will head into the bottom, take a break here on Fort Scott Sports Live, and be right back.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time.
So hearing it from the stands, new catcher and new pitcher. Noah Esparza, we knew the new catcher was coming in with Allen checking in on the offensive here in the top of the second. Now the bottom of the second, still a 5-2 count, or 5-2 score, I should say.
Esparza got a little sidearm 3/4 quarter slot going.
That one was more in the direction of my vehicle, but just left. Gavina, be careful, man.
I was going to say, I saw you look a little more nervous that time around.
Yeah, I had to check. I was going to break my heart. 0-2 count. That one's just a bit low. And that's the thing about sidearm pitchers. That zone almost opens up for them a little bit, I feel like, because it comes in just a little bit weird. It doesn't come in down. It comes in straight.
Yes. So that you're not going to see a lot more of those high pitches.
Well.
Kind of got out of the arm slot to do that one, though. You saw that. He kind of came a little overhead.
He came. He was about, I'd say, about 45 degrees on that one.
Yeah, it really maybe eat my words there, but that's because it came out of the arm slot. That's why it looks so wild.
Try to come over the top on the curveball, drilled into right field. This one's all the way to the wall. Gavina rounds first and stands up on second again. 2 consecutive innings, 2 consecutive hits from Gavina on the leadoff, and 2 consecutive doubles.
Yeah, Fort Scott has the Beavers numbers right now. They are crushing the baseball out of the gate. They're getting off from base early on like they did last series. And they're just picking up right where they left off. And if you're the Beavers, you are starting to worry.
Yeah, I mean, just got to feel like maybe this Greyhounds team is warmed up in a way that you were really hoping they wouldn't. And the confidence is just fueling the fire even further. Erdley, this one's popped into right, trickling out of play. That was a good spot, though. Had that just been in fair territory, probably looking at a triple potentially.
That could have been very dangerous for the Beavers. Fort Scott, yet again, just everything going opposite field, but to our advantage.
Erdley walked on his last at bat. So probably trying to chase a little bit of contact here. 1-1 count. Low and right on the edge of the zone, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. That ball comes in a little more flat. It comes across the same part of the plate, but it's where that catcher receives that ball that makes it a little more strike-esque for the umpire to look at. 1-2 outside.
Esperaldo doing a great job of implementing that fastball in the zone, but those breaking balls having a hard time locating, and the batters haven't really bit at it just yet.
2-2 from the stretch. Gives one glance to second, and low and away again. Now full count. Full count here. Erdley fights off another. Ooh. Was that building or car that I just heard?
That should be building. I don't think there's any cars over there. If there is, well, there are some back here, but I don't think it was deep enough.
Hopefully building. Not that it wouldn't do just as much damage, but that one's up and away. Once again, a little bit of switch up here that I'm noticing from the pitcher Esparza. He's switching his arm release. I gotta think that's gotta cause some inconsistency with
That's
that.
such a big tell for the batters. You know, once he starts getting out of that arm slot, you know he's going to reach higher into the zone. And if you pick that up, you can take that to use that to your advantage.
Yeah, one of these times, I think you're gonna see a rip here if that continues. Downing, the lefty lining up, and ooh! He wears it.
But not too sure if he pulled the bat away in time.
I was about to say the same thing, and I think that's what this discussion is going to be.
And there's no chance Noah Esperaldo is not hearing these chirps.
And now we're going to see a mound visit to follow. And one of the things for these, oh, well, no, not a mound visit. It's going to be a discussion with the umpire. And I got to say, I think the one thing that had Downing in favor of having that bat pulled back is he flinched. He almost tried to dodge it, which brought that left hip back, and that immediately brought the bat back, and it was no longer level with the plane. Now, bunts are a little bit different because on check swings, you always say, you know, if they go across the 50% with their wrist, that's the tell there on the check swing. Bunts are a little bit different because it's got to be your hands getting pulled back. So if he got his hands back on the flinch, then there's no reason to say that he was swinging. But I don't see this getting overturned. Both umpires just discussed it. Now, you, as a coach, you're going out, maybe trying to just get some clarification. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but that's not an overturn situation.
No,
probably ever.
You can't really ever overturn a call just because the manager says he doesn't agree with it.
Well, and you're especially not going to get any kind of case against it whenever the umpires discussed it prior. That just kind of solidifies everything. But loaded bases now. as the batter, Cannon, who this is your scenario when you build your lineup. 4-hole hitter.
Yep. Zayden Cannon's the guy you want right here. He's done it time and time again today. He's ripping it down the lines, and if he does it again, he could clear the bases right here.
And he will wear it. Another HBP.
And if you didn't think it could get worse, it feels like it most definitely will if you're Pratt Community College.
Yeah, I mean, this is just getting out of hand. Not, I understand that you're feeling a little bit flustered on the hump. You feel like you've got to do a little bit of something to change it up, get the mojo back. But right now, everything leaning in favor of the Greyhounds. And I mean, I'd be a fool to say that the crowd isn't playing a factor.
No, you already got to come back from a 4-point deficit now already. And with the crowd playing against you, that mental block is that much heavier.
Yeah. 1-1. And this one's low, high popping grounder. Flip to first. And grounding out for Ortner, but it will be a sac ground out.
That's an RBI ground out.
So an RBI there makes it 7-2, a 5-point lead for Fort Scott, bringing up Fagans.
With 2 runners in scoring position now.
And only 1 out. So plenty of room to work with.
Yeah, if you're Noah Esperaldo, your inning just got started. That's the first out of the inning.
This one's drilled to the third baseman, bobbled off of his glove, and it will not get to first in time. It's dropped, thrown home, and that is well ahead. Gets the second out on the base runner, Cannon. But an RBI ground, or an RBI single, or on errors.
Zayden Cannon trying to do a little too much. He saw the first baseman bobble it, but he quickly got back to it, and he was gunned by a mile. Almost a heads-up play, but just didn't fall in the favor of Zayden Cannon and Fort Scott.
1-0 count, 2 outs. Six-run lead with Hampton. Now, hard grounder down the line, out of play. Foul ball, 1-1 count.
Ethan Hampton looking to contribute to this team's success in this inning. He wasn't able to do it last inning. This inning, he's hoping to flip the script, runner on first, 2 outs. This is your chance to go attack the pitcher one-on-one here. He's done a little sporadically, jumping that fastball and give it a ride.
Had a little poke fly out last inning. Looking to not do the same this time around, and drills one in between short and third. They are just finding every single gap on this field.
You would think the whole field has a hole in it because Fort Scott has found it thus far. 5 runs in the first, 3 runs in the second, and what feels like we don't have a hit count, but well around 10 now.
I can tell you how many it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits so far through the second inning, and one bag on errors.
And just as many walks.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
If not more.
A surplus. Only 1 strikeout, and that was looking from Higgs for Fort Scott. One 1-0 count, 2 outs. Runners on first and second, inside, right on the corner is what they'll say for Esparza. Strike 1, excuse me.
If you're Esparza, you just got to keep attacking that strike zone because a walk just hurts you more than a base hit. At this point, it's at least challenging the hitter to score.
And this one into the outfield, big time catch. That was Actually pretty spectacular.
That was a really good catch.
Out of the right fielder. And that will be it for the bottom, or for the second inning. We'll head into the third. It's 8-2. This one's starting to get a little ugly, but we'll see if Pratt can work their way back into it here on Fort Scott Sports Live.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats.
2-8 score. Up first for the Beavers, Cochran. It's been a 6-batter inning, followed by a 4-batter inning for Pratt. Thompson just making progress each inning. And right now, doing a great job. First one, fly out.
Great job by the middle infield to communicate right there and tell the second baseman, Max Edley, telling Gavino that he's got the ball and he reeled it in. That's a great way to get your first out in one pitch.
Yeah, and Gavina doing a great job as that field general. Shortstop just stepping up and saying, hey, all me, got it. One gone. This one is shot into right field. Does it have the distance? It does. Wow, what a shot from number 5, Gomez. A solo blast. Hits the scoreboard.
It's a great way for Gomez to answer after that backwards strikeout without swinging, and that'll be a second home run of the season.
Yeah. Next up to bat is 31 Glaspie. Glaspie to follow that, and just very unfortunate that that home run wasn't capitalized on a little bit heavier. You know, had a quick fly out and then a solo blast. You always wish that those would have been worth maybe 1 or 2 more.
Of course, especially in a deficit like this, you can use all the runs you can get. Because Fort Scott showed no signs of slowing down.
This one right down the middle for strike 2, Thompson.
If you're Thompson, you're trying to get out of this inning as fast as possible. Get those bats back out there. They're hot right now. Don't let them cool down.
And don't leave you guys out there standing too long. 1-2 count, 1 out. Delivers this one just in the dirt. 2-2.
Thompson trying to put him away here. Glaspie hadn't swung the bat too much. We saw him take a couple hit by pitches. Now he's having to be challenged by the pitcher. 2-2 count here. He's got to protect the plate.
2-2 from the stretch. Is in there for strike 3. Catches him looking.
Yet again, Thompson knew it right away. As soon as he threw that ball, started walking off the mound. And just a great location, low and in, right at the knees. And Glassby just watched it go right past.
Yeah. That's 4 looking strikeouts for Pratt, and that's been the killer so far. I mean, you're 8 outs into this game, and half of them have come from the plate on no swing. So if you are the Beavers, you've got to be thinking, you know, let's start swinging the bat a little bit. Obviously, this zone's a little bit different than last game. You've got to start trying to put the ball in play. It's a good cut, 1-1.
Yeah, those 2 strike counts, you know, Thompson's going to put you away. So you got to protect that plate. Anything close, you got to take a hack at it.
Yeah, just got to get something rolling here for Pratt, I think. And that one's just high.
That one coming in there high and in. That's a little scary if you're a batter that'll back you off the plate. Thompson trying to back him off the plate, maybe trying to work away now.
Two one, delivered and fouled into the net for strike 2.
2 strike count here again. You have to imagine Thompson is working to attack that strike zone again, trying to find that corner, which he's done a great job at so far.
2-2 is low and in the dirt for ball 3.
Just slammed that arm down, didn't allow the pitch to get there.
Now you got a full count. If you're Thompson, you want to feel like that's applying pressure to the batter. But if you're Hewitt, you want to feel like that's applying some pressure to Thompson to put it close. And he does. Gets another K, and that will retire the side. This time he does go down swinging. But man, it's been a rough road. That is 6 strikeouts through the first 3 innings. 2 full innings worth of strikeouts for Thompson. He is popping off right now. We'll be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live after this.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late.
8-3 score here in Fort Scott. And it'll start with Higgs at the bottom of the lineup, and then we'll roll straight into the top with Gavina, Erdley, and Downing, which will be the 3rd consecutive inning that Gavina and Erdley are guaranteed to bat.
Such an impressive stat by Fort Scott.
Being able to bat through the lineup nearly every inning.
And normally that's a pretty good recipe for success, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah. That one's tipped by Higgs. 2-1 count coming up.
And the crowd just not letting off the gas pedal, trying to take Pratt out of this game even more and more by the inning.
That one is another ball.
Hitters count here early on, 3-1 count, 0 outs. Having a hard time finding a zone. You imagine you wait for a 2-strike count before you swing the bat.
Strike 2 as Kelly tries to work his way back into this count, 3-2. From the windup. This one drilled to the third baseman, and it is caught. Good heads-up play.
That's a great catch by the third baseman out there. It was a hooking ball. He came on top of it, so it was coming down to the ground. He was able to snag it before it hit the ground. That would have been a hard play to make if it would reach the ground.
And Kelly's able to start reeling this offense in for Fort Scott. Higgs in a bit of a slump here. He struck out looking on his last at bat, and then just lined out to third. Gavina on a streak of doubles takes a cut and can't get any piece of that. Strike 2.
And if you're Gavina, don't give him any more than he's offering. He's not throwing the ball to the strike zone very consistently. Don't swing at anything outside of the zone.
Outside for ball 1. And I agree, this Pratt team has just kind of struggled with consistency overall today. So even though it's a new pitcher, you just want to feel like, let him work against himself, and then if I need to do something, I certainly will.
As the foul ball is in danger. Was it clear?
Yeah.
Clear, okay.
It was pretty short of the parking lot.
That's what I felt.
1-2 count on its way. Gavina dodges for ball 2. Wind kind of picking up here. Getting just a little bit chillier.
I was going to say, I'm starting to feel it.
It feels chillier, but it is sitting at 55 degrees, which should be warmer, but I think that sun is just starting to go down a little bit.
Yeah.
I think this black wall behind us was
Can't help us
a little
at all,
bit
right?
warm.
Yeah.
I think it was warmer at the beginning, and now it's no longer as warm. So the shadows kind of supplying a little less sunlight.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-2, fouled away by Gavina.
And I have to imagine this wall is just not helping the wind. Spiraled up against us.
Well, it feels like the wind's coming in from the right.
Yeah.
And out there in the outfield, it's coming in from the left. So, bit of swirly winds. That's Kansas.
Can't expect anything less.
2-2 from the windup. This one drilled into left field, down the line, and Gavina rounds first again. Oh, my goodness. A very actual close call there at second. A good arm there from the left fielder. But regardless, that's 3 doubles for Gavina today. And not just today, in this game.
Yeah, Gavina really starting to be a slugger at the leadoff spot. If you can be a leadoff guy and start off at second base each and every time, you're putting yourself in scoring position to start the inning. And that's exactly what Fort Scott wants.
First one is low and off of the ankle of Erdley.
Yet again, Keeley just having a hard time putting the ball in the zone, and Fort Scott kind of reaching out of the zone and playing into his hands.
The delivery inside for ball 1. 1-1 count now. One gone, runner on second. Pitch, this one's popped up, headed for right field. And it will be, it will be dropped. And they are not going to hear the end of that one.
No. That's exactly what you can't do for Pratt, is play into the home field advantage that Fort Scott so much has right now. The last thing you need to do is give more fuel to that burning fire.
So Erdely gets the first on an error, so he will still have yet to record. Well, I guess that does count as an at-bat, but he hadn't recorded an at-bat through his first two. Hasn't recorded like a genuine out or a genuine base hit yet either, so just a very weird sequence for Erdely, but managing to get on base each time. 1-0, swung on, line drive, out of play, no car.
Alex Downing got the lefty-lefty matchup here. Runner in second base, put a ball, slap it the opposite way between the third baseman and the shortstop. He might have a RBI here.
Downing sees strike two. Now 1-2 count, one gone. Runners on first and second. Swing and tipped into the glove of the catcher, Allen, for a strikeout, which will be only the second of the game for Pratt. And their defense, one was on Higgs looking, and now Downing gets a strikeout, or strikes out there in the third. Didn't have a single strikeout there in the second. This one's drilled down the left side and foul. Another good look there from the batters of Fort Scott. Cannon up to bat now. He's gotten on base both times. An RBI double earlier in the first, and then was hit by a pitch in the second.
And we know Zayden Cannon likes to hit it towards the lines. He likes to foul lines, and if he gets it down there, he's looking at a triple each and every time.
Especially on that right side. This one to the shortstop. One hopper and in for the third out. So no runs score here in the bottom of the third as they bat through 5 batters. 3 of them ending in outs, 2 batters left on, or 2 runners left on base. We'll head into the top of the 4th. We'll be right back after this.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for...
And we're back in the top of the 4th. Up to bat now for Pratt is Reese. Takes ball 1 first.
Thompson still kind of struggling to get ahead in the count early on. And we've seen when he does, he has great success. So now he's having to battle his way back into the count, down 2-0 now. Not a very favorable count if you're a pitcher.
Yeah, 2-0. Thompson just probably needs to give him one here. See if he makes a cut and puts it in play. This defense has been very stellar so far today as well. Just locked down on out in the outfield, in the infield. Here's the pitch. A 2-1 off the ankle of Reese. Brings it 2-2.
We've seen 4 fastballs out of Thompson. You have to imagine he might be setting up that breaking ball, or he just might punish the fastball past him again. We've seen him humming past a couple batters already.
And that it will be a sinker. Swing and a miss for strike 3.
The amount of vertical drop on that pitch was filthy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how any batter is going to read that out of the hand and just adjust to that one and deliver a hit, because that was filthy.
Now out to bat is Moore, number 18. Swing and a miss for strike 1 to start off this count.
Working ahead now is Thompson, and you're just in such more of a powerful position when you're up in a count as a pitcher.
0-1 count and nearly sits in. Must have came across the plate in a different spot, but right where the catcher caught it, Christensen, that looked beautiful.
I thought he painted the edge there, but yet again we have like an offset angle. Kind of hard to tell.
1-1 on its way. That one picked off the ground for a 2-1 count.
Tell you what Christensen behind the plate does do very well is frame that ball. He catches that ball, and you feel like his glove is always at least 3 inches higher than where the ball actually went, trying to steal a strike for the pitcher.
2-1 on its way, and there it is. That was very similar to the last pitch, and right as you said it, Michael, that's a perfect frame job from Christensen, because I'd say that was identical and just maybe a little low.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it kind of below the knee, but yet again, Christensen just doing a beautiful job behind the plate, stealing a couple of strikes for his pitcher. 1
gone, no base runners. That one way too low to do anything with for the catcher.
Trying to trail that low fastball with the breaking ball even lower, trying to get the hitter to bite because he knows he has that lower part of the zone accessible. Now at 3-2 count, I imagine he's coming back with a high fastball to change the eye level.
Full count for Thompson as he comes set in the stretch and delivers. Ground ball to the third baseman. Cross the diamond and out. Ground out. Great play by Higgs to field the grounder and then deliver to first.
And Thompson just looking dominant at the mound right now. No real answer for him from Pratt Community College, excuse me. And he just, that fastball, they're having such a hard time catching up to it. Then he brings that breaking ball in at the right time, and there's truly no answer.
2 gone, and this one swung on into right field, received, and another out. That's a quick 3, and up 3 down for Fort Scott. And wrapping up the top of the 4th, we will head into the bottom with the same score, 8-2.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us.
Up to bat first is Ortner, as last inning was the first time that we saw, or it was the shortest inning, I guess I should say, out of Fort Scott, only 5 batters. Ortner's hits, and this is an errant throw across from the shortstop.
And the shortstop, no, the third baseman stole from the shortstop. He was coming across, had to turn around and throw it. That's why it was wild. The shortstop, you could tell as soon as he get the ball in his glove, he was disappointed and he was like, why didn't you let me have it? And the evidence right after it proved him right.
Well, and there is kind of a case to be made because I think Ortner did actually turn left when he ran through first. The question is, did he loop to the right first? And this bunt into the glove of Kelly. Does that classify as a fly out?
I guess so. Well, pop out, I would say. I wouldn't give a fly. Oh, great song.
Fagan's an unfortunate result for his at-bat there. So Hampton now back up to bat. 1 gone. 8-3 score. Hampton off the end of the bat.
Yeah, Fort Scott, that bunt attempt there, just trying to put more pressure on this Pratt defense and try to bring the score into a mercy rule watch. Trying to end it early with the fans here, trying to get in their head and take advantage of that.
It's gotten a little quieter, you know. Kelly's been able to bring a little bit of silence to the table for Pratt. They, you know, performing very well from the hump right now. Delivered the only empty inning, the shortest inning from Fort Scott. One, 2 count. One gone from the stretch. And here's the pitch off the side of the building. Foul ball from Ethan Hampton.
And that ball was roped. If you were to straighten that one out, that could have touched the outfield wall on a line.
Oh, and coach is going to come talk to the crowd. So coach coming over to try and say let's bring more positive and not negative energy. It was getting a little bit abruptive there, kind of taken away from the game. So 1-2 count inside.
You know, that might be a message to the crowd alone right there, kind of trying to keep them in check, say watch out. You know, we're still in control. I'm the one throwing the baseball right now.
2-2, 1 out, runner on first. Swing and a miss for strike 3.
And that was a great setup pitch for that low and away. Change up the high and in fastball, make the batter uncomfortable. And then throw a change up low and away just out of the zone. Looked real good. Looks like it's going to be right in the middle of the zone, and it just dips out in the last second. It's a good way to get your second out.
Christensen now up to the plate with 2 gone and 1 runner on. A very interesting situation, but it persists that every leadoff hitter has gotten on base every single inning, except for one, and that was the second, and that was Higgs flying out. But right after that, you had a double and then a single as well. So it's just been very early into the innings, players getting on base. Now a takeoff here as this one heads into center field. Ortner steals a bag and gets his way to second.
A great delayed steal by Ortner. The catcher didn't even realize it because he didn't run right away. He was looking at the pitch, not the runner. He saw his peripheral that the runner was halfway to the bag and still tried to get a throw down. But by that point, he was there. With 2 outs now, you have a runner in scoring position. So 2 strikes, you're defending the plate. Put a ball in play, and you might have an RBI.
Oh, 2 count. Christensen sees ball 1.
Trying to locate that low and out, change up again. We saw the previous batter bite on it. This time, no dice.
Runner in scoring position now. Much higher stakes for Christensen. I say stakes, but a higher opportunity for Christensen to bring home another, bring it up to 9-3 score. Did some research, discovered that this game can be put away with 5 runs from Fort Scott. This is a great throw to home. Wow.
What a strike from the center fielder.
Yeah, great throw from the center fielder. So that'll go down as a 1-bagger and out caught at home.
Well, what that does right there is kind of put a little bit of a nail into our momentum we had building up right there. The last couple innings coming away empty-handed, and a couple of good putouts. They've had 2 outfield putouts.
Yeah, very, very good performance from the outfield. Right now, it's been inside of the diamond where Pratt has had some trouble. The outfield performing to a very high level, throwing that ball in, reeling in the catches. I guess they had the 1 dropped fly ball, but too many errors, too many walks, unearned runs, just too many problems. We'll take a quick break.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department.
Back on the broadcast for the top of the 5th. Top of the 5th inning here as Rawlings will be first up. He on his first time around, grounded out. This is only his second at-bat today. And when you look at it kind of comparatively, everybody else other than Higgs has batted 3 times for Fort Scott at this point. And this is the away team batting significantly less.
Just kind of goes to show how dominant offensively Fort Scott has been these 2 games. Scored 9 points last game, 8 points this game already through 4 innings of batting.
Yeah, I'd like to see a replication of that 6th inning performance once again.
Except at the rate we're going, that would lead to a walk-off.
Yeah. Two-one count. Rawlings dodges ball 3.
And Pratt Community College has had a hard time putting the ball in play when you make them. 3-1 count here, throw a fastball, make them hit it.
Foul ball is way out of play from Rawlings.
You can see Rawlings
3-2
on a 3-1 count, way behind a fastball, had no business swinging at it. That tells us something for Thompson.
Fouled into the backstop. You gotta wonder what Thompson might be sitting at pitch count wise at this stage in the game. You know, it's been a kind of back and forth. You know, you had a couple of longer innings, the first and the third, where there were some runs scored. Obviously, the third came from a home run, so not costing you as many pitches as the first. But other than that, it's been a very just kind of weirdly tempoed game. Another ground out for Rawlings.
I'm sure Thompson's around that 75, maybe between that 75 and 85 pitch count mark here. In this 5th inning, he looks like he's been working his butt off, and I don't think he's shown much signs of slowing down. We're seeing a little less command in his pitches, but the same amount of effectiveness.
One gone. Starting it off with a ball on this count, McNulty. McNulty has seen the bases once after an HBP and flew out on his last at-bat. Swing and a miss, that one way in the dirt. Ooh.
McNulty really wanted the fastball there, and he saw where it came out of the hand. That's where he was swinging at. The slider quickly broke away from it, and he still bit on it.
Yeah, not one that you would think a leadoff hitter would be swinging at, but he certainly would want that back. The 1-1, 2-1.
As the innings go along, you can see Thompson struggling to get ahead in that count more and more. Starting to see that fatigue settle in a little bit.
Delivers another good-looking pitch. McNulty wanted a piece of it, but just couldn't quite make the contact. And that slider is just giving some troubles to this batting lineup with that late break. It's coming in quick, and I think they're thinking it's going to straighten out and just kind of keep pure, and it moves in a different way pretty much every time.
No, it's a power slider, and the horizontal break and the vertical break it has combined is filthy, and these bats just cannot connect to it.
2-2, 1 out. Grounder down the third base line. And he's safe by about a step or so. Gets to the bag in time. Now Fort Scott will be looking to roll this one up as they have Cochran up to bat.
Fort Scott looking for a double play ball here, and that can maybe keep Thompson in for another couple outs in the next inning, if not a full another inning, if he can get out right here.
Yeah, he'd like this one to be pretty much returned to sender right back to the pitcher, let it trickle to the shortstop, second baseman. Little flip, get out of the inning quick. Pick move to first just to keep him there. Thompson, like you said, a little bit of fatigue setting in now, and not in the way that, you know, oh, he gave up a hit there or whatnot, but just, you can just kind of see it in his demeanor, not as energetic as he was an inning or two ago.
And you have to expect with one out here, you got a runner in first, and you haven't been able to produce any runs. McNulty might be on the run here soon. Thompson knows it. He knows that he just threw a fastball. He's up in the count right now. They're trying to find that breaking ball count. That's when they want to go.
McNulty probably wanting to keep away from a double play situation as well. So Thompson's keeping that in mind. He knows he's a pitcher. He knows that these guys don't want to be in on first, especially these leadoff hitters with the capability to steal the bases. 0-2 count. Thompson comes set from the stretch and delivers. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Another strikeout for Thompson.
That slider is just nasty. No batter has an eye on it because he just tails it behind that fastball so well. And it's just so hard to make a difference of what it is out of the hand.
Gomez up to bat. That one's in the dirt. McNulty does take off, but no longer of double play concern. Now he's just trying to put himself in scoring position.
And a great job by Christensen. He was already halfway to the bat. No point to throw a ball down and risk an error. Maybe advance him to third base. Just cutting his losses.
Swing and a miss for strike 1. Two gone, runner on second, a 1-1 count. Sets in for strike 2.
When Thompson has good command on his pitches, it's great command. He's always finding the corners, the edges of the strike zone, and it's just so hard for these batters to lay a bat on the ball.
Got a lot of room to work with here in this count. Thompson. Oof. Good look there, but third baseman was not ready to receive the throw down. Higgs lacking a little bit of awareness there. That they could have easily had him too. Christensen was winding up when McNulty was about, I would say, 2/5 or a halfway down the base path. Ooh! And that is going to leave a spot. That was a heater right on the rib cage too. Oh my gosh.
Oh. Yeah, 3-2 count. You're trying to attack the inside part of the plate. That's not an easy ball to get to with the bat. Just brought it too far inside, and that'll be the end of his afternoon.
Yeah. So Glaspie up next. They're going to bring in a new face as we'll take a break for the warm-ups, and we'll be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom. And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Top of the 5th, 2 gone, 2 on. Runners in the corners. Up to bat, Glaspie. Sees strike 1. New pitcher on the mound for Fort Scott is Cooper Peterson. That one is good for strike 2.
The southpaw Peterson's got a more of an overhand motion. He's already seen a couple of his pitches drop pretty vertically. Yeah, I imagine he's got a slider that can come away from the batter pretty easily and a changeup that can come in at the hands if it needs to.
Yeah, and you've switched it up to a lefty who's pretty much delivering the same style, but with just a completely reversed motion. So now it's going to be a little bit tough for this Pratt team to make the adjustment. Dial in this guy next. Oh, what a catch! Higgs reaches into the dugout and snags it.
Great awareness by Higgs to recognize where the wall is at, able to reach over the wall and snag it in. And a great pitch delivered by Peterson to set that play up.
Now into the bottom of the 5th, 8-2 the score. We'll be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the
8-2 score. Higgs. Or 8-3, sorry.
Higgs coming off that great play to end the last half of the inning there, or the last inning. Hoping to build off of that and get a spark into this Fort Scott offense that's kind of gone dormant the last couple innings.
That one sits in for strike 1. 1-1 count. leadoff hitter in Higgs. This is his second inning that he has been the leadoff hitter, back-to-back at-bats being the leadoff. So led off in the third, now leading off in the fifth. 1-2 on its way. It's Wild. So I believe this is actually a new pitcher.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Kyler Breckeisen. Breckeisen comes set, 2-2. Looks like that catcher's looking for the inside, and that it is. Now full count
And I thought
as
that
Higgs.
Thought it might hit off his Higgs foot there, but it just missed him. I feel like we've seen this scenario quite a few times. Full count with 0 outs today.
We've seen plenty of full counts, that's for sure. Lots of batters just being able to fight through a count and draw out the length. Pitchers unable to keep it close and keep the batters guessing. It's been rough.
I feel like every single full count at 0 outs at least has gone into the favor of the batter. And that trend seems to continue.
Yeah, in some capacity, it does actually seem that way.
And now we're at the top of the order with a leadoff runner. This kind of seems to be the theme of today's game, leadoff runner for Fort Scott.
Gavina pokes this one into the outfield, takes a one hop into left, and Gavina is 4 for 4. Colin Wendy's on the day.
Speaking of Wendy's, those chicken strips did the trick, I'll tell you that.
So technically, if you are Fort Scott, your game-winning run is in the hole. Pull back on the strike is each of his last 3 at-bats, 2 walks, and a single on an error. Squares up that time and pulls back on the high pitch, 1-1.
The pitcher trying not to allow the batter to get a bunt and move 2 runners into scoring position with just 1 out.
Squares up again, so I'm guessing he's looking to lay this one down and advance the runners. Try to grow this lead to 7, coming down to these last 2 innings. This time it does. Very powerful bunt into the glove of the first baseman. That'll be a ground out.
But he did his job, moved the runners over. We now have 2 runners in scoring position for our number 3 hitter. And if you're Pratt, look alive in the field.
So 1 gone now. Runners in scoring position. Breckeisen delivers. This one's high fly ball. And almost a collision there in the short outfield. But now 2 outs. As Downing flew out there, brings up Zayden Cannon.
And Zayden Cannon's a guy who's been stepping up for Fort Scott today. He's delivered a couple big hits. And right now he has a chance to tally on 2 more runs. And if he hits one out of the ballpark, 3.
This one's hard grounder down the third base side.
Really seems to favor that third base line.
Mm-hmm. Two gone, 2 on. 0-1 count as this one's popped up as well. Sky high as it falls into center and is caught. Another fly out, so 3 consecutive after 2 guys get on will end the inning for Fort Scott. A quick one there as we will take it into the top of the 6th. We'll be right back.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas.
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or...
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. Hewitt up first for Pratt Count, or now you've got me mixed up, Michael. Pratt Community.
I'm used to Supply County, all right.
0-1 count to start it off as he sees strike 1. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Peterson has been just as fluid and conductive as Thompson was to start the game. We'll see if that continues here. That one just a little bit high out of the zone.
And you can see his pace of play, too. He's getting to that mound, getting set and throwing. Not getting the batter much time to get settled in that batter's box.
Now a 2-2 count. Thompson gets the K. Or not Thompson. Peterson gets the K.
And the way he comes on that ball, it's over top, and it's either breaking left or right every time. And the batter, that's why they have such a hard time of finding it. That's why they're all so late, is because I think they're breaking in or out, and they just can't decide to the last second because the pitchers aren't breaking to the last second.
Boomsma is actually going to pinch hit here for Reese, who struck out twice today.
And here comes Boomsma, just a patient approach here yet again.
Yeah, had a really good game earlier today and sees a ball and a strike. So now he knows what he's getting. This one swung on into left field, and Boomsma will have himself a single. I'd say good call by the coach to get him in the game.
Yep, that's a successful pinch hit. He got
Yes.
on base. And now if you're Pratt, you have a chance to start building a rally.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to find the guys that are on it that day. It's not even about, you've had a couple good games. Sometimes it's just the day of. You're just feeling it. You've got it down. I mean, all sports are very much that way. This is a grounder to the pitcher who gets it over to first. Peterson makes the play on the ground out. A quick one there for Moore. And now Allen is up. With 2 gone and a runner on second. And if you're Boomsma on second, I feel like you're thinking, I'm going to have to do anything and everything to get myself home.
Mm-hmm. No, as soon as that ball drops from the catcher's mitt, you have to be going to third.
Yeah, I mean, give yourself a chance. Ball off the bat, whatever it is. Just need to be a very heads-up runner and attacking everything that you can.
And a 2-strike count now. Here's a time we might see a ball.
And there it is. 1-2 count now. Tried to get him chase on the upper end. Peterson comes set, gives a couple glances to second and delivers. This is a grounder to the shortstop. One hop is not collected by the first baseman, and that will be a run in. One bag on errors and an RBI.
Boomzo, the heads-up base running. He was watching the ball the whole time, ready around third base, and as soon as he saw it get past the first baseman, bolted it towards home plate. That's one lead, one run cut back into this now 4-point lead for Fort Scott.
So now you got plays at both second and first. Check swing, they'll say he went. It's strike one.
And Peterson doing a great job of getting ahead in these counts, getting himself very favorable pitcher counts.
Another one to follow after the swing and a miss. 0-2.
And we've seen in the couple 0-2 counts that Peterson's had before this at bat, he's kind of thrown that pitch away. I wonder if he challenges him now.
There it is. Oh, it was a good height.
Mm-hmm.
Once the catcher caught it, I realized it was a bit outside, but
that's the kind of pitch you want to have on an 0-2 count, try to paint the edge there with your off speed.
The 1-2 on its way, tipped into the glove for a strikeout. Great job by Peterson, collecting yet another K on the books. 10 strikeouts on the day between Thompson and Peterson as we take it into the bottom of the sixth. We'll be right back after this.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links.
4-8 is the score. Ortner up first for Fort Scott, looking to maybe tack on a couple of runs and then put this game away in the top of the 7th as we come down the wire. The delivery up high from the pitcher. which I believe is the same one, Breckeisen. This one off the end of the bat into the outfield and caught. So that brings up Parker Fagans.
Great sound by the outfield.
The outfield making the play on the last one. 1-0 count. Fagans right now through today, or through this game, has a ground out, a single on errors, and a fly out. So no stranger to putting the bat on the ball. Definitely a swinger here.
And when you have this kind of cushion, that's the approach you want. You want to try to make that lead bigger and try to push towards a mercy rule, try to end this game early.
One too low for ball 2. Two 2-1 count. This one swung on, deep right field, is at the wall. Oh, it actually bounced over the wall. I can't see it from my vantage point, but that will be a ground roll double for Fagans.
Yeah, Fagans put a lot of power behind that ball. He was late on, and again, like most batters have been this game, a lot of opposite field hits, but they put enough power behind it to drive it to the wall and over the wall at times.
Hampton. Pitch swung and tipped for strike 1. Hampton today, fly out, single, and a strikeout. Another player who certainly knows how to swing the bat. One count. Swing and a miss for strike 2. One, 2 count. And that one's in the dirt. Now to 2-2. Breckeisen finding some spots all over this zone, just trying to work his way in these counts. And now low again.
As you can see, Drake, there's a couple pitchers in the bullpen warming up. One of them I can make out is Zach Stewart, the left-handed pitcher. Fort Scott trying to get the pitchers warmed up for the bottom half of this 7th inning.
Yeah, the other one is Hunter Doyle, who we did see in the previous game as the full count strikeout is delivered. Breckeisen getting Hampton to swing again. And that'll be out number 2 in this 4-8 game. Christensen now up to bat. But I'd be surprised if they pull Peterson here at this stage in the game. Maybe just warming up just in case, you know, if things start to get out of hand. I'd say 2 runs scored. Maybe you start to think about pulling him. But right now he's doing so well, and I think he complements Thompson's pitching style so well coming in after him.
Yeah, it's definitely a 1-2 punch that Fort Scott should start to look entertaining later out in this season because they've done a great job so far.
0-2 count now. Christensen sees strike two, 2 gone, and a runner on second here in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch in the dirt.
Been seeing a lot of those 0-2 pitches just get kind of thrown away in the dirt, not really entertained by the batter, and for good reason. The pitcher's just not locating them very well.
One, 2, comes set and delivers inside on Christensen. Brings ball 2. Breckeisen looking to get another here on his belt. Oh! Fastball right to the tricep. Be a HBP for Christensen.
And the colder it gets, the more those are going to sting.
Well, luckily he did have a elbow guard, which I did hear contact with, so hopefully that at least slowed it down or maybe just absorbed it all. And Breckeisen cannot get it off the floor. He is just a little bit late on his release. Trying to get something on that lower side of the strike zone, but can't find it. Again. That's like the 6th or 8th time that we've seen it in the last 3 batters.
Yeah, Breckeisen, I don't know what the issue is, but we haven't seen any balls come up from the bottom half of the zone. He didn't really entertain the top half whatsoever.
Not at all. Occasionally he reaches in there and it's just a little too high, but another dirt ball.
Breckeisen got himself 2 outs pretty early on in this inning. Since then, he's allowed Fort Scott to kind of have some hope here. A 3-ball count, runners on first and second, no strikes. Couldn't look at a bases loaded opportunity here in a second.
This one is going to be either a walk or down the middle. And now we are going to see a quick visit with the mound. Breckeisen has, in this inning, a ground roll double, a hit by pitch, and now a base on balls. Pretty much just seeing all the different types of batters to get on bases. It's been a very rough performance in this bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, Breckeisen going for the pitcher's treble here. Trying to get all the different outcomes, trying to fill out his bingo card. Hopefully he can get a blackout by striking his batter out. But for Fort Scott, trying to whack him around a little more and make that scoreboard look a little prettier.
Another one in the floor. Will score a run here for Fort Scott. And Breckeisen just needs to get it up. He's got to get it up.
That mound visit not very effective. Fort Scott now up 9-4.
Another low pitch. This one does not make contact with the ground, but it is low, and
progress.
He's just going to let this one get out of hand if he doesn't change something. There it is. Still on the lower side of the zone, but I think that's what he's been looking for, just trying to keep the ball down in the infield.
He's had an approach going into this inning, and he's stuck to it.
3-1.
Hitters count with 2 outs here. You almost wonder, do you even entertain the pitch? He's proven he has a hard time finding the zone, but 2 outs again. Well, if you find a fastball, you might give it a ride.
For Gavina, he's been lights out today. He's 4 for 4, and there it is. Oof. This is brutal, and now I see the coach over there for Pratt looking at the bullpen saying, are we ready? Because he got to come. Got to get him out of the game. Yep. He is just not working.
Yeah, we're going to see a southpaw coming in here trying to right the ship, give Pratt any, fighting chance at the end of the game here. Fort Scott able to extend that lead, 1 more run, and they can run around all bases now, 2 outs. A base hit could clear the bases and make that lead even bigger.
We will go ahead and send it to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet.
9-4 score. Two outs, bases loaded, and a strike 1 delivered off the bat for the new face on the hump. A little bit of sidearm action there. Keeps it low, 1-1 count. Trying for that outside corner. Can't get it. 2-1 now as it stands.
Two.
This one's hit into the outfield. Right fielder tracks and receives it. Ends the inning after a grueling couple of walks. And that takes us into the top of the 7th. We'll be right back after this break.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate mountain.
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
And Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's
9-4 is the score as Peterson remains in. And like I said, I was going to be surprised if they pulled him, as he was very complimentary to the pitching situation prior. Now everybody kind of just living on the low here. Swing and a miss for strike one. McNulty, top of the lineup, up for Pratt. Swing and a miss for strike two.
Peterson is doing a great job of keeping his pitcher's pace up, just getting them back to the mound, getting set quickly, and just delivering those off speeds with such great success.
Here's the 1-2 from the windup, fouled away.
McNulty not really been much of a threat today with the bat. Been very disciplined at the plate, forcing some walks, but not too much damage he's caused.
Yeah.
He was the leading home run leader for his team coming into today.
And swing and a miss, strike three. There's a forwards K to start off the inning, as 3 outs will wrap this thing up for Fort Scott and break them even against Pratt on this series. Swing and a miss, strike one. Cochran. The 0-1, as this is popped up. Might be a little awkward on the short side of the outfield, and it was almost a collision there between shortstop Gavina and outfielder Hampton,
Yeah,
but it is a fly out.
Gavina was expecting Hampton to call him out at some point, and he never heard it until the last second, so he ran away, and Hampton was surprised he listened to him, and things almost got ugly.
Yeah, I think as Gavina, it's kind of your job almost to say, you know, I can reach this ball, I got it. You know, I know it's awkward, but unless Hampton's really just screaming at you, telling you back off, if you're Gavina, you should be calling that ball. 1-1, 2 gone. No runners on, as this is cut and fouled for strike two. Peterson with a chance to put it away here.
Yep.
So I'm sure these guys want to get somewhere a little bit warmer, as I do, and as I'm sure the fans do as well. Everybody's kind of rocking their blankets now.
Sure, everybody's getting the sniffles, and everybody knows it's a little runny. But 2-2 count here, 2 outs.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Peterson grabs another at the end of his run, and that will wrap it up here on Fort Scott Sports Live. With that, we'll pretty much just wrap it up here on the broadcast. A doubleheader. It's been a long afternoon, evening, and Michael, any final thoughts before we send it off here?
Great series by Fort Scott. They were down 0-2. And when they went to Pratt, they came back and tied the series up, split it both ways, 2-2. Were able to win them both in dominating fashion.
Yeah.
Great pitching, great hitting. It's a great way to end the series and start your homestand.
Well, big bounce back for the Greyhounds as we look forward to seeing them for the remainder of the season. For now, we say good night, and we all hope you have a great evening. We will see you next time.
From the gridiron to the hard court, the pitch to the mat, don't miss any of the action. We're there with live, local sports coverage at VarsitySportsLive.com.